Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another night of CS Thursday playoffs in our Platinum League. It's round three, and we have one hell of a game tonight. It's going to be ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming New. I'm Redacted, joined tonight by my wonderful color caster, Elsa the Queen. Elsa, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Redacted. I'm glad to be back here again together, and we're back casting Dorado new once again. It's a different matchup, but same team. Here they are live in the losers bracket, kind of scraping to stay here against ID Eclipse. So I don't think we necessarily expected to be in this position,
Yeah.
given their performance in the lock-in tournament coming in. So we kind of got two teams that came into the league in very different places, but here they are in the same place now, and I'm excited to see how this shakes out.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see how it shapes out as well, Elsa. And we do have a little pregame show for our viewers. Got a little bit more of them stats for you, stats that everyone's been screaming for. So let's get right into it real quick because we are ready for a draft in a bit here. So our first stats page here, Elsa, tell me what we're looking at.
Yeah, so I mean, right here we're obviously kind of seeing across the board what we see from both of these teams. Something that is interesting for me, looking at it here from ID Eclipse, you do see the one percentage that's really different for me is the Baron. You see ID Eclipse clearly putting a little bit more of an emphasis on taking these Barons, or at the very least being the one to end up finishing them with 74% of the Baron takes. I think it also is. Probably indicative of the fact that they were a pretty dominant team in the regular season. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue that dominance into this series against Dorado New. Anything else that stands out to you in these stats redacted? Obviously, I just kind of cherry picked one little bit here.
Yeah. Well, the other one was the playoff game score. I know for some viewers at home, they're probably wondering, like, oh wait, these teams have losing records. Yeah, because Dog New and both ID Clips have lost their first series in the playoffs, so that's why they have a negative game score. For Dog New, though, they are now 4-5 in terms of playoff record because they won their most previous series against TA Sentinels. And but for ID Clips, they've only had one series so far, which they went 3-2 against that was not Glaive
Yep.
Bingus. Or it was Glaive.
Or
No,
Yeah, what I was gonna say is both of
it
these
was
teams
Glaive Bingus.
both of these teams fell victim to Glaive Bingus. Actually, I believe
Yeah,
redacted. We casted Dorado New versus Glaive Bingus in the first round of the playoffs. Dorado
yeah.
obviously falling in a 3-1 there, and then Glaive actually going on to beat ID Eclipse in the next round. So both of these teams, I guess, having that common enemy, um, and I mean, I don't know what that really tells us about this matchup in particular, I
Hmm.
guess. Um, but both of these, what we do know based on that is that this is kind of the last chance for both of these teams. Obviously, this is the losers bracket. So if you go home, you are going to be
It's
you're going to
over
be
with.
done. It's
Over
all
with.
done. Yep.
Yeah, and Elsa, one thing I wanted to just point out or make sure we have take notice of, uh, both of these are Group D teams actually. So I just
Right.
realized that when I'm looking at the bracket, like, oh yeah, they're both Group D teams, so they are familiar with each other. They have played each other in the regular season here. So
Yep.
it's unfortunate that in this sense that you are knocking out one of your fellow group compatriots, because you would rather like someone from your group, especially in the CCS where the Thursday teams have been kind of seen as the lesser, stronger conference compared to the Wednesday teams, all those Wednesday teams. So they would, I'm sure, in terms of Thursday pride, right? You like want to get as far as you can without knocking out one of your fellow group members until you have no other choice. Unfortunately for ID Eclipse and Dog New, that is now. So looking at those stats once again, though, we won't go back to the page. It just when I was looking at them, they were actually really closer than I thought they would be, to be honest. ID Eclipse is coming in as the as to most as the favorites to win, despite the fact that Dog New have now won two series in a row in this lower bracket run. ID Eclipse is still seen as the stronger team. And I know Dog New have that chip on their shoulder that looking to take off and just prove the doubters wrong. A few of us included. Like, I personally, I can't give an honest opinion on who I think's gonna win. I don't have a favorite to win. I just want a good series, but that's just me. But I know a few people in at home or in the server definitely view ID Clips as the better team. As we are live into picks and bans here, so I don't want to derail the conversation that much, and I'll let Elsa go ahead and give us on his thoughts on these first two bands here from each side.
Yeah, so getting into the bands here, right away, we see that Darius, which is pretty much going to be perma-banned against martial arts for Y, which is, really the player that I love to talk about when we do talk about Dorado Gaming New. Redacted, you were talking about how it was surprising how close the stats looked. I think that, when you get into the individual players,
Hmm.
it maybe isn't going to look that way. And the reason why I say that is because I think that Dorado is heavily, heavily, heavily carried often by martial arts for Y. We saw that a lot in their series, in that banger 5-game series last week. But getting back into these picks and bans, a big point of emphasis for ID Eclipse is that bot lane duo of Bubster and Wardbox, and they are going to make sure that they secure some strength for that right away with the Misfortune being locked in here. So I do like that, especially given this meta right now where you are looking for a lot of damage coming out of the AD carry position, and a lot of scaling as well.
Absolutely. But on the other side for Dog News, they're picking up the Ezreal here from Mushai first, which screams to me that Dog New are going to essentially tell Mushai, be safe, farm up. We are going to play elsewhere on the map. We see the Karma locked in as well. They'll probably be going to Blobby there, who will look to roam around and just create more havoc and synergy with the mid lane, with King What's His Face and Espresso. But that just signals to me that Dog New have finally started to find and commit more to an identity, because some would say that has kind of plagued this team is that they didn't know exactly which identity they want to commit to. Did they want to commit to Marshall on the strong side and make that top lane be the exclusive carry, or did they want to commit to the bot side of the match, which is now starting to become a bot lane meta, and give Mushai all those resources and Blobby that she needs to be that carry that can take over the game. But once again, with that draft right there, that just starting to tell me that, okay, Mushai, farm, be safe. We will see you in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to me, as this shakes out, what we do see locked in here from ID Eclipse, picking the Jarvan and the Amumu. It almost seems like this is just what they wanted to pick, and they anticipated that Dorado would go for, maybe one of the like scaling hyper carry champions that we've
Mhm.
been seeing a little bit more of, like Sivir or Zeri or something like that. I know we did see a nerf down to Sivir in the most recent patch, but because when you think of Ezreal and Karma, you do think of them as this lane that is pretty good at keeping themselves safe. So that's just why it's a little bit surprising. But with that being said, definitely between the amount of CC that Mumu and Jarvan can come through with, it is going to be on the bot lane from Dorado New here to be able to, you know, actually execute that safe Karma and Ezreal. So, and then with the Graves locked in for Dorado New here, I do think that this likely is a flex pick. We saw Espresso playing this one. I remember redacted when we were casting this
Mhm.
Dorado team the last time, but definitely could be a possibility into the top lane as well. Dorado generally likes to save that last pick for the top lane, but also could go mid here. You know, so we'll just have to see. Obviously, we'll have a better idea when they lock in here, and Set is going to be the choice. I'm not a huge fan of that one personally.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm not a huge fan of it. It's just it's more so in the case. Typically, we know for Dog New, their top lane is, their top lane Marshall is the strongest, or some would say the carry for their team, right? So I would have thought they would have saved counter pick for Marshall, but I guess he's comfortable on the set, correct? Because perhaps they wanted to give King What's His Face a bit more agency, a bit more carry potential to also be, of course, another strong damage threat here in this game here. So I'm not too upset about it that or
Oh,
or it's a
I was
set
just gonna
mid and an
say,
Aatrox
yeah.
top,
Yeah,
but
I was just
set.
gonna say, or even maybe some weird world where there's set jungle, but it is gonna be locked in. I think it probably will be set mid. Obviously, like
Why would
more
you
towards
pick
sort of
set mid
towards the beginning of the
early?
season, set mid was very very meta. For sure, very strong. Like with that being said, I think that in this durability, I mean, I guess there's two sides to this
Post
coin, but
durability update.
in the durability meta, post durability update, it's difficult for Set to abuse killing his ranged lane opponents like at level 1 or 2 when he's able to land a face breaker because they have a little bit durability, more ability to survive. On the other hand, you could say that Set also then can sort of get through these lanes where he gets chunked and poked out like the Victor lane a little bit easier. But at the end of the day, I think what you do sacrifice here is I mean, two things. You sacrifice having any substantial AP damage threat on your team because, obviously Ezreal and Karma are both going to bring a little bit, but it's going to be, it's not going to be a true AP damage carry here. And then the other thing is that you do not have very much sustained damage whatsoever on this Dorado new team comp. You think about, yeah, sure, I guess Aatrox can fight through the team fights for quite a while, but Ezreal really needs to get into that later stage of the game, like 3 items fully stacked Muramana, in order to really be pumping out sort of that team fight threat. It's more of like a poke style champion. So I'm just interested to see, I guess you think of the Graves as another marksman, but I'm interested to see how Dorado New can play around that and maybe play around finding picks with the honestly kind of limited CC that they a hard kind of catch CC that they have available. So
Yeah.
interesting draft definitely coming through here in the first game.
Yeah, I ain't gonna. I'll tell you straight up. I don't like it. I don't like their draft. If they prove me wrong and win, kudos to you. But yeah, basically everything you said, Elsa, I do not like it because I'm just also looking at these neutral objectives. You know, when these Drakes and Barons pop up, who is going to be the hard engage? Sure, Set can flash ult somebody, but Aatrox. I mean, like, who's getting in there? Uh, like who's committing? Like once you commit into the fight, it's going to be it's a one-way ticket for the side of Dog New, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And these neutral objectives. Meanwhile, we really haven't, I feel like we really haven't talked too much about ID Eclipse draft, probably because of how polarizing Dog News is. But I do want to give some spotlight to the ID Eclipse draft here. And you did highlight it quite a bit already that they have substantial CC, they have good offense and defense, as I like to say. They can, of course, attack with the Jarvan, Amumu, even the Victor Chaos Storm, the Gangplank, Cannonball. They have a lot of tools. Whereas once again, Dog New is literally a one-way ticket. Or poke, you can poke, but if you're going to poke your opponents at these neutral objectives, that means they will have priority on the objective first. So you want to make sure then that you um, try and let them start it up and then poke them down and then take the fight. Or if you get there first, try and poke them out and hope you don't die from all the CC. But I would hope Dog News try and go with option 2 versus option 1, or option 1 versus option 2.
Yeah, and I think when I look at this team composition from ID Eclipse, I think about how this team composition just wants to dump a lot of AoE damage in one area at once, locking everybody down with the Jarvan, Amumu, Cataclysm, and
Mhm.
Curse of the Sad Mummy combination with the Gangplank ultimate layered over it, with the Chaos Storm layered over that, with the Bullet Time layered over that, and that is also all very, very juicy. But with that being said, the danger of these team compositions, and really the reason that we stopped seeing Misfortune and Amumu at the highest level of professional play at Worlds at the most recent World Championship, is because they're very, very ultimate focused champions, and this is also true of Jarvan as well as Gangplank to some extent until his barrels get very strong. These are champions that when their ultimates are down, they're much less powerful, which means it's going to be all about playing around those specific timing windows from Dorado Gaming New. If they can catch ID Eclipse when Amumu's without ult, when Jarvan's without ult or Misfortune, they can definitely make plays happen, but it's going to be about tracking that and taking advantage of those very limited windows, where they will be stronger. So I'm interested to see what we will see coming through in this first game. Redacted, I don't think we mentioned the outcome of when these two teams met in the regular season. It
We did
was
not.
a 2-0 for ID Eclipse. I am going to make a spicy take here, and I'm going to say I think Dorado Gaming New is going to come out here and make a statement in game one and win. I actually think that if they can, like I said, play around those very specific timing
Okay.
windows, hopefully get this Aatrox ahead into the Gangplank, that can be a really, really strong matchup in the side lane for the Aatrox if he can get the advantage early on. So, my man Marshall, I'm putting my money on him in this first game at the very least.
Okay. All
So
right.
for all of you in the chat who know that I'm right about my predictions for every game, if you want to make some money.
Well, hopefully you get to make that money because, I mean, once again, despite
Oh,
how
true.
polarizing Drog News draft was, they could have used this awesome tool to perhaps maybe draft even a
Mhm.
better composition. What tool, might you ask? Pro Comps. It's the first of its kind drafting tool aimed at competitive and solo queue play, y'all. Like, it gives you live feedback and analysis on drafting, it gives you recommendation on picks and notes on matchups, and analysis on your enemy team's win conditions. Once again, this tool just allows you to improve your drafting skills. And if you use the code CCS, you get 50% off on your first 3 months. Once again, that's CCS for 50% off on your first 3 months. The tool is called ProComps. Don't forget it. And with that being said, we're going to cut to a short break as we prepare for game one of ID Eclipse versus Dorado Gaming New. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live for Dorado Gaming News ID Eclipse. It's gonna be ID Eclipse on the blue side and Dog New on the red side here. Um, Elsa, summoner spells and runes. Anything interesting to you?
I am a little bit more focused. I'm distracted by this invade because I want to see. Looks like it is going to get spotted out. But there is going to be that ward getting taken down. And is going to be Marshall getting the kill on the ward. That's actually a pretty big deal. For top lane, he should be able to get the level 2 advantage here. Looking back though at the runes and summoner spells, I think actually I haven't seen too much of the lethal tempo Jarvan, so that's something that's definitely a little bit new to me, but that might just be me not being out of touch, I guess. Other than that, not something anything too weird. I think for Set, the fleet footwork, not normally what you see him take top lane, but it was sort of the meta back, like I said earlier this season in the mid lane, just to be able to, get that first auto attack and then kite those ranged champions and, gap close up to them, which Set is very good at doing with the Q, so there's a lot of synergy there. Looking at the jungler start here, there is a nice ward onto the red buff of Espresso there that you can see. It did end up getting put down, so that's going to be some nice information advantage, I would say, early on here, although they can pretty much assume where Jarvan started as well because of the leash from bot lane and lack of leash from top. So here we are.
Yes, here we
That's
are
the
in
manifesto.
No,
Ouch.
you're absolutely right. And it's so far no action. We have seen both junglers pathing up towards that top lane scuttle there. So we'll expect to see some violence probably for that first crab. But currently King What's His Face does have priority in the lane over XBK here, or BKP, I'm sorry, as rejected anew. We'll just chase him off quite a bit and he'll retreat for the time being and just find safety back near his side of the map. But currently at this time, Elsa, what would you say are the early game? I don't want to say win conditions here, but the early game pressure points that both teams would look to achieve here.
Well, I definitely think that, first of all, you pick this Jarvan and this Amumu, so you definitely want to see some support jungle sort of synergy action, whether it's ganking down into the bot lane or maybe roaming into the enemy jungle or up towards the mid lane as well. So that's what I would like to see here that's what I'd like to see here early, or at least kind of at that level 6 mark for ID Eclipse. But over on the side of Dorado Gaming New, I think that, indexing into this set mid, King What's It Face, obviously part of it was to give Marshall a little bit of a trickery and a little bit of a stronger counter pick there potentially. But also, this set, you can see him getting poked out here. He does need to try to make something happen. Ideally, at least would early against this Victor, because once this Victor gets some items under his, some early items under his belt, as well as some levels, he is going to be able to just clear out those waves over and over again. You can see XBKP, and the last thing I'll say is, I haven't said anything about this Victor with XBKP in particular yet, but I believe Redacted, did we cast Goldfish versus ID Eclipse together? I think we did, but either way,
Oh yeah, that was a
XBKP
banger.
was an absolute beast in that series. So it looks like this gank isn't going to come through. So anyways, I'm just excited to see him back on this Victor, which has also come back into the meta. He never really stopped playing it, but it seems like people are favoring it.
Yeah, people are favoring S. Wardbox, we'll get the bandage toss there. Ignite, first blood, giving an over box, a bit too aggressive, and the Amumu is punished.
Yeah, and I think that is a nice kind of nice pathing by Espresso to come down here into the bot lane, for explicitly kind of that, counter potential, knowing that Amumu is going to be really, really aggressive early in the game. I mean, he pretty much has to go in with those bandage tosses. At some point, I mean, he cannot, but then what does he really do, right? You just kind of sit there, you don't have any kind of range poke ability or anything against Ezreal Karma, you're just going to get poked out. So it's only a matter of time, and just, again, it's all about those windows of timing here for Dorado. And making that one happen is very, very nice for them. The kill getting on to Muchai as well, who did start out with the tier, which you kind of consider a little bit, or I consider a little bit of a greedy start for the Ezreal, but not going to get punished for it at this point. So, that's a big W as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, at the end of the day, Mushai now has an extra 400 gold. We'll see what other items. Oh, buying a machine with the boot, so she's gonna be putting out a lot of damage here in this early laning phase here. As Eddie Boy get into a fight in the river. Espresso is here to back up his top laner. Espresso slays Eddie Boy, and Marshall gets the assist. Eclipse are now 0 for 2.
And let us be clear, that does not bode well for Eddie Boy. A level up, and crucially at the level 6 mark, and yet still ends up, he would have lost in that 1v1 anyways. Marshall would have just been able to finish him with the flash auto attack, but would rather save it and then also give it over to this Graves. And, Redacted, when we saw Dorado New be successful, it was a huge part of it. Oh, is Marshall's going to look for this? A huge part of it was Espresso getting fed.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge part of it was Espresso getting fed here, as we see Mushai and Blobby once again trading here in the bot lane. Not much action right now. Splash with the showstopper. BKB will not be able to get out as the Haymaker comes up and cleans it out as well. Once again, DoG New proving the doubters, aka me, wrong, and so far dominating this early game very well.
Yeah, and they do exactly what I was wanting them to do, which is use that set's ability to displace champions, and make these plays happen between the face breaker and then the showstopper ultimate as well. As Marshall looking for possibly another all in, but it doesn't look like they're gonna.
Oh, and there's our replay there.
Yeah, I was looking at too many things at once. But at the on the replay there, you can just see again, that is Set's ability to make those plays happen, which is why you pick him. Set as a champion overall is actually really, really weak as far as kind of like the stats that he does bring. I was recently watching, I think, LS's most recent patch rundown, and he's talking about how he thinks he's like a top, bottom 5 champion in the game. I don't think that's true because of what he provides. But
it's word box and connects. Espresso just walks right into his death. Will be burned with the ignite. Actually, he lives. DoG New, King what's his face, warding away PKP and Bubster, and they will slay the Hextech Drake. DoG New steal the Drake from Eclipse.
And 8 minutes in, they take what is theirs. Dorado New claiming the dragon. It's 5 kills to 0 Redacted. It's already a 3k gold lead. And I think that if you took the nameplates off, and you asked me which team was which, not knowing, I would be likely to kind of switch it around because, we talked about how, as we look at this replay here, Bubster, not able to actually finish Espresso off with that ultimate, and then they do a great job of kiting out the Jarvan, and after that, there's just nothing that Dorado can do, the Dragon going over, and it really does seem like, for Eclipse, a team that won the lock-in tournament, a team that I know is very confident, to think, not that it's not possible, obviously, this is just part of game 1, that they could win this entire, that they should really win this entire Thursday conference and probably the league as well. And then you have Dorado New, who's kind of like the little sibling team, to the other Dorado teams, it kind of seems like, and they're really on the upswing. It seems like Eclipse may be on the downswing, so differing trajectories here, and it's kind of just reflected right away in the start of game 1.
Absolutely. And with the fall of ID Frozen, their sister team, Eclipse were seen as the better ID team, right? They're in the Thursday conference here. As we see the Haymaker go wide, but King what's his face trapped in the gravity well. Chaos Storm has been launched. Will just dissuade him pursuing that action any further. Back to my point though. So ID Eclipse were seen as the better ID team here in the CCS, despite being in the Thursday conference. But like you said, their sister team ID Frozen has already been knocked out by CB Rush. And now with ID losing last week against Glaive Vingus here, some are saying they look a little bit mortal as Eddie almost goes down from the espresso, rejected anew, however, will not be able to live as DoG Marshall takes his life. Eddie Boy goes down, as well as the set, and DoG New get 2 for 1.
Yeah, and the King what's its face overstepping a little bit, but it's really not going to be that big of a deal overall. Look at this on the map for Dorado Gaming. New, they are taking the Rift Herald as well, and as we go into this replay, it's just going to be Eddie Boy trying to put, or I don't know, just straight up face checking down into there. Doesn't look like they had vision. They just didn't know where they were coming from, or I guess as well, it was just kind of probably too late. But you know, unfortunate, I guess, for ID Eclipse. I mean, I will say, you know, as I XBKP is going to be all right there. But as I had said, you know, this team, they need to dump their damage in these wombo combos using those ultimates in conjunction. They have not gotten a chance to do that yet. You know, part of the win condition for this ID Eclipse team composition is actually, you know, just engaging in full team fights. And Dorado has just been the one to group up so much better so far, even though, you know, they don't have the composition that's designed around that. So if ID Eclipse can find a situation where they can catch multiple members, or even one member, you know, into at least one of those ultimates, they for sure still have the damage to blow them up. But it's gonna be a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely a lot harder for the side of ID Eclipse to blow up some of these. Eddie Boy will have to flash away because Marshall is already showing who is the top father in the lane there. This GP is not having a great time, and I don't think ID Eclipse are either. I wonder how voice comms are for them currently at this time, because Ocean Drake will be spawning here in about another 45 seconds. So do you even want to contest the second Drake here? Would you want to farm up and get some more gold onto your carries? What are your thoughts, Elsa?
Well, first of all, well, it looks like Marshall is possibly going to int this. But
yeah,
beyond that
as well.
I do think that if you're ID Eclipse, you probably you would like to engage in a team fight. Never mind. You would like to engage in a team fight if you can.
Did a new will lock the big lobby. I'm sorry, in the Cataclysm there, the Karma goes. Lobster and Warbox. That's last bullet time connects. Espresso almost trapped in the gravity well, and ID Eclipse are routing DoG New. Espresso flash forward. BKP picks up the kill. Mushai on the retreat. Ocean Drake to ID Eclipse.
And just like that, you know, they finally, guess what? They group up together. They utilize their ultimates in conjunction, and they win the team fight. It's just that easy, and you can do it too if you're ID Eclipse. And I mean, I guess, you know, as far as their communication,
just leave.
Yeah, well, I mean,
she doesn't want to leave because Marshall was here, the top father, here to assist his AD carry, get a kill. Bubster will go down as well. That should, oh, he's actually gonna, wait, why was he trying to gift it over to Blobby? Take the kill. All right, there it is. And Marshall will get the double kill here. And DoG New, once again asserting their dominance. Top father Marshall on display.
Yeah, and he absolutely asserting dominance there, and the nice bait by Muchai. I will say that it's, you know, I think it's pretty arguable whether or not that was worth. It is 2 for 1 as far as the kills. Eddie Boy may be in a little bit of trouble here, but you know, was able to pick up multiple turret plates, and it looks like he will be able to run out of this one likely as well. So, you know, shut down onto Muchai, a little bit of extra gold, and it's hard to say whether or not it was worth it onto the Gangplank, who, you know, is a little bit activated in this matchup against Aatrox, where the Gangplank should just be totally out of it. But, you know, looking at this replay again, you know, the Cataclysm and the Amumu working together there, but then when Marshall arrives, everybody's gotta run
he
the
like
hills.
went to give it over to Blobby. It's like, what are you doing, bro? She doesn't need it.
But I mean, looking at the items here, finally we do see across the board for everybody but the supports here on ID, they have now completed their mythic items. So actually looking, overall, maybe a little bit, I mean, at least at parity, or close to at parity in items. So even though there is like this 4K gold lead, which is fairly substantial at this point in the game, there is still room,
Yeah, but
there's
looking
still
where
room
that
for them to
gold
fight.
is, Elsa.
It's true.
7K on Espresso. 6,200 on Marshall here, as we do have some action going on the top lane there. Marshall and Eddie Boy find themselves in the top lane, and the knockup flash from Marshall. Eddie Boy goes down, rejected anew. Now on the retreat, Marshall. Oh my goodness, they're not even playing for topside. Marshall's just playing for himself as the bullet time comes through, as well as the stun from Ward Box. Espresso able to get out of dodge, and Mushai dives under the turret to kill the ID Eclipse AD carry, and that's a double kill for Mushai now. So now there are threats from all sides of the map here. DoG New are just dominating game one, and ID are just fully thrashed.
Yeah, we'll have to see. First of all, this replay here of Marshall in the 1v2. Just so much healing here coming through with that first item. And also, now he's just him bullying Eddie Boy between the turret and the line. We go to the bot lane there. I mean, there's just so much healing also as well coming through here from the Graves. You can see we've got the double Eclipse built up there on the top side of Dorado New. So just kind of displaying how strong that item is right now. And I think, for Marshall, one of the big things is this top as we have this DC that's hopefully brief. The top side here of this Jarvan and the Gangplank just does not really present a threat to him because it's so easy to itemize against the AD damage, and beyond that you see Jarvan here not even going for a damage build, going for the Malrong Jarvan build with the turbo chem tank. So really just looking for that utility. So that's why, honestly, yes, he does now. I'm not sure if he had the Bramble Vest during that 1v2, but even with the healing reduction, the Jarvan is pretty much just going to be a vessel to be healed off of by Marshall.
Yeah, absolutely a vessel that needs to be healed off of Marshall here. This is not what we expected at all, at least coming into game one here.
What? I expected it. I said they were going to win.
Okay, you did. I didn't. I thought it was going to be a bit more even, as concluded. Thank goodness.
Just saying. No hate. I mean, I understand it wasn't expected. I mean, not everyone can be, me, so I understand. So sorry, go on.
No, I have no I lost my
you have nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So has the client, evidently.
Oh, yeah, it's that spectator delay as well.
We're back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we're back here. I mean, and as I was saying, I was talking a little bit about the items here, how they have mythic items kind of completed. And I think that, especially XBKP with this Victor, it's easy to forget how much this Victor scales, especially with his AoE damage between the laser and the Chaos Storm later. So I think that, for ID Eclipse, they're really just going to be biding their time, waiting for Bubster and BKP to have that opportunity to dump that big damage later in the game, because it only does take one or two team fights that go well to totally shift the course of the game later on, especially, well, I mean, even from this point forward with these objective bounties currently active, and the big bounties on the head of both Marshall and then lesser so Muchai as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Mushai with a 200 gold bounty, currently I didn't even realize he had 5 kills at this point, because I guess the attention was so focused on Marshall and Espresso on the top side there. As we
brought another one
ourselves on with a gank on Marshall here, but Marshall saying you're trapped in here with me. Q1, 2, and 3 as Marshall will finally go down. The healing not enough to keep his life intact, but man, that was really close for the side of ID Eclipse.
Yeah, and I think it's honestly, again, that's another play that, looks cool from Marshall being able to stay alive for that long, but overall it is going to be 900 gold shutdown, going over as well as the assists. And then, yeah, the Rift Herald goes mid, they get that one turret, but it's not quite as much gold. They do get the Dragon as well in the back end. So, but, my point is overall, these trades are maybe a little bit closer than Dorado would like them to be. And some of it is kind of their own decision making.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, still, Dorado are pretty strong right now. They're pretty. I feel like they're very confident in their lead. They know they're ahead. They're comfortable with how they've gotten this lead. And honestly, at the way things are going, they're going to more than likely claim game one here, barring any critical mistakes or misplays here. But for the side of ID Eclipse, though, you always got to think to yourselves and tell yourself, all right, there's got to be a way back in, right? Victor does scale. The Misfortune with the crit build will scale. And then, of course, you still have, of course, GP as well. Even if it's not crit plank, like we saw quite a few times yesterday in our other Wednesday series, you will still have plenty of GP damage as BKB will flash, gets the showstopper, rejected anew, knocks him up. Haymaker comes out to clear out some minions, and the set is now on the retreat. But Espresso is here to back up his mid laner. Will they look for it? Rejected anew gets the knockup, but we'll have to flash away. The tower shots, and the Jarvan goes down. And now Marshall is here, top father, here to punish ID Eclipse for their hubris. BKB on the retreat. Gravity Wheel, flash roar from Blobby. And Blobby, with the assistance of Mushai, will take out the victor as well. DoG New taking two.
Once they overstep trying to, find something onto King What's-His-Face, when I think ID Eclipse, look at here, they're trying so hard just to step forward and take this turret. Going to dive this is rejected anew when they don't know where the rest of the enemy team is. And frankly, they need to be using these cooldowns in a team fight where more members, you can get a better bang for your buck with this AoE damage that they've drafted around, because now you see once they lose a member at this point, they're so far behind that they just end up getting
so we have some violence on the Rift. Elsa, Eddie Boy has been ignited on and takes out Eddie Boy, but locked in the Cataclysm. Blobby will be the 2-fall. Espresso on the retreat, and that is a 1-for-1. Currently, will there be more action at this time? The answer looks like it will be no. And both teams, ID Eclipse currently on the retreat, DoG New pushing down mid.
Oh, Marshall
is on the flank, the chains connect, flash from ward box, and Victor is now by himself. This Victor's gonna go down. Will it go to Marshall or Mushai? It doesn't matter, but Mushai gets anyway. DoG New are just running all over ID Eclipse, and they're ready to put this sunset back where it belongs.
And it's more like DoG Marshall did it.
Oh my god.
Because of his sweet Aatrox play there, but we are gonna see a TP. You don't want to give it away for free.
Out from Eddie Boy, rejected anew, and Buffster are here. Remember, there is a Misfortune ultimate. Cannon Barrage is almost up as well. Cataclysm almost up in about a quarter of its ultimate cooldown timer bar there. Rejected anew will have to dash away. Warbox on the flank, but Marshall will just tell Amumu you have no friends, and punishes the Amumu. And now DoG New back on the Baron.
Dorado, he's going to be back on this one. I think that ID Eclipse is still going to try to make something happen, maybe on the back end here.
King What's-His-Face will use the face break. His bullet time. It's time to shred! It does so much damage. Buster gets the triple kill. Wrestle and Blobby are now on the retreat. ID Eclipse are able to delay the Baron, and DoG New. What are you gonna do? That was not the play. And ID Eclipse are still alive in this game.
Just do the Baron. Just do the Baron. Why would they not just finish? They already have so much damage down. I mean, let's see onto this replay. I mean, okay, looks like maybe they were already about half, but they're burning it. Yeah, they were already below half over here. And you can see King's What's-His-Face looking for this engage. They all funnel in. Look at this, opting one after another. Oh, yeah, I'll come on in. Me too. Yeah, awesome. I want to die and lose this game. Definitely. That's what they're all would be saying in my head as I see them going over the wall. And I mean, it's just like I said, Redacted, if they're able to control the space and use this AoE damage, Bubster's, you know, the ultimate there from Bubster did, the bullet time did the vast majority of the damage, I would imagine, if we saw the chart in that team fight. You know, definitely other champions over the top as well, but you know, ID, they're very much in this game. They just need to find those spaces where they can pull off those team fights. They can give away this dragon if they want. They don't necessarily need to take this one. It would put them on soul point, but
they're going to, as Rejected New has already used an elixir, the iron elixir, to just give him some more stats. That's so early. But I mean, at this point, he knows that he's just literally a melee. Job is to go in and die and trap some members for Bubster and Warbox to lock in and shred through. But still, you know, a very interesting buy that I wanted to point out. But like you said, Elsa, ID Eclipse also still have these ultimates that they can, you know, play around and use that to win the game, as we just saw currently. So like, despite the fact that DoG New have a 8K gold lead or 7K on ID Eclipse here, they are very much alive and in this game. And if DoG New keep making plays like that, they will lose. Yeah, but I mean, currently they're starting up on the Baron again.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's going to be spotted out, so we're going to see another fight.
Yep. Espresso bullet time. King What's-His-Face with the showstopper there, and he's just chopper kind of tickles ID Eclipse here as the flash forward Mushai from Espresso. Rejected Anew on the retreat. Cannon Barrage to ward away the rest of DoG New here. They did not have Marshall there. I don't know why they were taking that fight without one of their strongest champions.
Yeah, I mean, and once again, it's just kind of that decision making. I mean, you can see maybe some connection issues could have something to do with it there. Obviously that one wasn't quite as bad, but you know, you did at least have the set again running headlong into the alternate, as you know, see it again here, not actually able to, you know, get the interrupt with that. And as far as trying to go for any kind of catch onto, you know, Wardbox right now on the support, you know, is level 9 Amumu right now. Closest other champion is the level 11 Karma. Notably, everyone else on his team is at least level 13. He's just an ult bot right now. You know, not really worth investment of anything. I think that, you know, King What's-His-Face was using him to just get closer to the MF to try to, you know, find some kind of interrupt, but the rest of the team wasn't there. As you said, Marshall definitely still the biggest, well, probably I think still the biggest point of power.
Still the biggest.
Still the biggest point of power in this team comp. Yeah, I mean, it's very different, right? Obviously, Aatrox is dealing damage in very different ways, but you know, very critical either way. Doesn't matter which one's stronger, but very critical to have all 5 of your champions present. And we do see, you know, now for the MF does have those 3 items actually just right at this very moment, finishing the Infinity Edge, has the Berserker's Grievous as well. So this is Bubster, you know, pretty much just fully 100% MF online. So I mentioned Wardbox is a minion, but he's a very powerful minion because he does have an R button as well. And if he can successfully use that R button, you know, that can still be really, really influential in one of these fights. So it's going to be, you know, the damage dealers are the Victor and the MF, but the champions that are really going to have the onus of execution on them are going to be the Mumu and the Jarvan for Rejected Anew and Wardboxes. They need to find these the engage that can set up that funnel.
For you, Elsa, though, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
I need your very, very, very critical color casting and insight of League of Legends builds to give me an answer on this. Look at Espresso's build. Tell me, what do you see?
Frozen Heart? I mean, okay, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I mean, okay, this is what I will say. I think that Frozen Heart is a really strong item right now. It is a little bit odd to, kind of be like this straight damage Graves, but then with Frozen Heart. But I think it's because they don't have anybody else with Frozen Heart. I bet Marshall told him to build it so that he could skip it. Because against GP, I mean, seriously, that's what you do as, like, especially a big carry on your team. Against, like, the triple AD threat here, Frozen Heart is definitely like a must. Like somebody has to have it. Clearly, Ezreal didn't build it either. I think it does make sense in this situation for Ezreal to have the Soreldias. I cannot never say that out.
Yeah.
Soreldas. I can never say that item's name. So, anyways, I mean, it is. It's out of the ordinary, but I think it makes sense for this particular situation. And again, I think it's a build for the team, probably on behalf of the top laner. We'll have to ask that specifically at some point because I'm curious.
Yeah. Well, if they win the series, we can ask them later. But
I'm just gonna interrupt them now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Go
ahead. You can hop in the team chat, ask, and then come back to me. Yeah. Like sideline reporters, like in the NBA and stuff like that.
Be right back.
All right, where. So in the meantime, while Elsa's working on that important story, rejected anew, finds a cataclysm on 2. King what's his face gets the face breaker showstopper and is now warded Bubster away, but there's just so much CC for the ADK by Eclipse. The misfortune lives, and DoG are just being routed, but Marshall is on the tear. He's taking out this misfortune. Can he take out another? The heals are coming out. Bobby is healing up Marshall with this moonstone, and Marshall is carrying his team to victory. He's looking for another. There's going to be one more, but rejected anew on the retreat. That elixir is able to keep him alive just a bit longer. Marshall he wants the ace, but the knockup, the blast plant, and the jungler of ID Eclipse will live to fight another day.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see there, Marshall, there was one moment where Eddie Boy had a chance to take him out. Where he had just a moment, he had like a very momentary opportunity to take him out, but once you saw how Marshall prioritized in the fight, now we're seeing the replay here. He takes down XBKP first, and then he makes sure to make his way onto Bubster after that. Now you see him on the back end of the fight, coming through, getting that first kill onto Bubster, and then Eddie Boy is the last one that has substantial damage.
But have ourselves some more action in live. Already taken down. This is going to be soul for DoG if ID Eclipse don't contest, and they will not, but they are still here. They need to run away because DoG want to definitely just grab their face and run it all over the rift here. But DoG now rotating towards the Baron here. ID Eclipse, what are you gonna do? Will you contest this? I mean, I guess you don't have a choice. You still have the Amumu with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and you have the bullet time, as well as you actually have all ultimates are up. All AoE ultimates are up. You just need to make sure you come in the perfect setting, just like that. Not quite, as the misfortune didn't take out anybody. The Cannon Barrage goes wide, and the Chaos Storm does nothing. So DoG while they do not get the Baron, so that's a win for ID Eclipse, actually, because DoG can't get the Baron, but they lose 2.
Yeah, I mean, I still do agree with you, though. With a rejected anew already being down, that should have been the opportunity for New to take the Baron. But I also like that New did not force the Baron here. You see, obviously, they're funneled into the Baron pit a bit because they have to be, but they recognize that they need to turn off and find some kind of fight. And despite Wardbox having a great 4-member ultimate there, it doesn't end up making a difference. You can see, once that misfortune ultimate is sort of sustained through, it becomes difficult to imagine, a world where they can win the team fight just because they don't really have any more hard engage left without the Jarvan. But I mean, still, we saw how low that those health bars were after Wardbox was able to pull off that ultimate. So while it does feel like, the gap is getting bigger, and I mean it is, as far as the golden items here for Dorado New, you still do have that kind of thought in your mind of like, ooh, we saw what happened behind the Baron pit. Like, it only takes that one fight to kind of, make a huge difference here in this game, especially this late, 32 minutes into the game. But with that Infernal Soul, we can already see those Ezreal Qs dealing that extra AoE damage, and Dorado New's putting on the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Dorado putting on the pressure. And Elsa, before these last 2 drakes, I was going to ask like, what's taking them so long? I feel like Dorado should have. Oh, Stellar Espresso! What are you doing? Oh my goodness, the bullet time comes out and shreds quite a few members. Buckster's still alive. Espresso and Mushai go down. Chaos Storm now warding away King What's-His-Face and Blobby here. What's-His-Face will, however, take down Wardbox. Marshall is in the mid lane, was looking for a flank angle, will not take it at this time. And yeah, it's plays like those that's what keeps ID Eclipse in this game. And also, that's what I was gonna ask you is why haven't DoG ended this yet? Because I feel like they should have.
Well, I'll tell you, Redacted, it's because Espresso used the blast cone over the wall, and then Muchai said, you know what, that was super cool, that was a really good idea what you did, jumping over the wall, I'm going to do it also, and it did not work for her either, surprisingly. So, I'm just going to go out and say this, Redacted, do not follow Espresso, it seems like, although King What's-His-Face is the one who went behind the Baron pit first, so don't follow any of it, follow Marshall, I guess.
Hey, yo, we got 3 Eclipse.
No hate, though. I mean,
Mythics,
they're winning, you know, they're winning. But, yeah, I mean, looking at it now, I mean, the later that the game goes, it's always the thing, right? The later that the game goes, the more each individual fight does matter. I still am confident, you know, I guess I keep being sort of the doubter of Dorado here, preaching the doubt, even though I'm going to pick them to win. But I do like, you know, I just like to play that devil's advocate. Like, I still do think Dorado should be able to come through with this, especially if they can get into a position where Marshall can clean up the team fight, which I think, you know, I'm confident in his ability to do that. He has TP up right now. He's in the side lane. He's not that far pushed up now, but no one can match him, not even close, like, not even a question. So if you're Dorado right now, you just want to play a game around the vision, buy time, don't get hard engaged on such that Marshall can't get there in time, and you want to wait for that Aatrox to bring that pressure. Because you can see here for ID Eclipse, they're not even going to send anyone back because they know that it's not even worth it. You know, no one can stand up to Aatrox. It's going to go back. Interesting.
That is very interesting because, you know, if they kept Marshall... we have another pause here. Okay. Actually, another pause currently at this time as King What's-His-Face is going to try to get back into game here. So, what I was going to say, Elsa, was, you know, if they had kept Marshall down there in the bot lane, that would have created so much pressure and forced ID Eclipse to like choose. Do we lose our inhibitor turret and inhibitor, or do we all just commit to this Baron and take the 4v5 here? I wonder why they Marshall backed and why he is now rotating in the mid lane here as we are back into game.
I mean, I think that maybe
maybe not.
The way that I can rationalize it is that if you know and or suspect that the GP or Victor has left to go answer the wave at the very least, if not, you know, Aatrox if they're still there, then you go back, run to the Baron, because now if you look at the state of the map, GP is stuck down bot, Aatrox is going to be grouped with the team, so they can theoretically threaten Baron, but really ultimately the goal is just to force out the TP from Eddie Boy. So once you get the TP, you know, you kind of posture as if you're going to do the Baron. If you're Dorado, Eddie Boy's forced to TP as a result of that, and or at least use ultimate. And then you can, you know, shift the Aatrox back over or something and kind of rinse and repeat. So that's my boring macro analysis of why I think that he did that. But I think that that's what you're going to see. I think you're going to see Dorado be really aggressive here because they obviously know that Gangplank's on the bottom side and they want to force out some kind of cooldown if we ever get back into the game. Or I guess if King What's-His-Face.
Yeah, King What's-His-Face on Panera Bread Wi-Fi currently at this time. I don't know if he's actually there, but I just saw the in-game chat saying that he has Panera Bread Wi-Fi. So I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I guess I've never personally used the Wi-Fi at Panera Bread, so I can't speak to.
Man, would it be another library game? What's with Dorado and like public Wi-Fi?
Hey, there was no Wi-Fi issue with the library game. It was just the library kicking it up. So,
oh yeah, it's the spec delay from the spec delay.
We love Riot Games here at CCS and the Spectator client. Thank you, Riot Games. We salute you.
Yeah. So
There we go.
Okay, yeah, we are now currently going to be back in game. But Elsa, once again, it looks like just DoG new are posturing around this Baron here. You know, as big as this gold lead is, I still feel like ID Eclipse are literally just one really well coordinated team fight away from winning this game. Because we're now at that point, right? They have Infernal Soul, but the Misfortune now has the Kraken, i.e., LDR and Bloodthirster. Unfortunately, the Victor's damage is not quite up to par just yet. I think once Victor has 3 items as well, then it'll be very scary. But this time, DoG New would just get the Baron free of charge without any contest. ID Eclipse, I don't even know if they thought they were on it or if they just chose not to, because Elder is actually spawning in 10 seconds here, and they are looking for a flank. They get the knock up there. There's the connect. There's the bullet time as well. Marshall still lives. Rejected anew, though, will be blown away by the Espresso, and he's just flashing forward. Espresso going deep, but Espresso getting punished. Lobster and Eddie Boy are the only ones left alive, as well as PKB. Actually, the 3 damage dealers for ID Eclipse are still fighting their best, but Mushai, King What's His Face, and Blobby will not have it. They will take their pound of flesh. Eddie Boy now in the retreat. Bubster farming the Krugs, looking to just lifesteal some more health as King What's His Face and the rest of DoG New want to punish ID Eclipse here. They will take down the GP. Bubster is the only one left from ID Eclipse now on the retreat. DoG New claim their prize, and they will recall and reset for this Elder Drake here. As we're getting the TP from Marshall, I believe. Oh, King What's His Face. Because ID Eclipse have already started the Elder. Oh boy, Elsa. Okay, no, never mind. They were just checking. I swear I saw somebody antagonize it.
Yeah, and we're gonna see both teams come right back to this. You know, like whenever the Elder Drake is on the Rift, it doesn't just sit there. This is the one objective that, you know, teams do not leave it because of how, you know, just how incredibly powerful it is. Likely whoever gets the last hit on this Elder Dragon, if it does end up falling, you know, will be the one to take the game because of the buff. And another DC here. We'll see if we get the pause coming in through. Yep.
Panera Bread Wi-Fi, man. You gotta love it. Also, we have a replay though.
Yeah, looking at this replay here, really the bullet time, you know, not really getting very much done at all, but you know, and a nice job at first by Dorado Gaming New of fighting back, getting the kill on Wardbox, but then after that, look at who they followed. Who did they follow? They followed Espresso, engaging forward onto 3 members as Graves. And, you know, after that, they kind of just go in a line, and, you know, Marshall getting taken out. And it's the point, you know, even though Muchai does a nice job on the back with some sick mechanics clean up there on Ezreal, you know, when Marshall dies in the fight, you kind of, you know, your heart kind of stops as a Dorado New fan, just because, you know, not even of him as a player, but just kind of the Aatrox in this composition really needs to be doing, you know, sustaining through the fight, getting that reset with the ultimate and continuing through, because you know, yes, he's not going to bring the kind of like sustained damage that like an 80 carry would in the backline, but he is the kind of bruiser champion that, you know, not an assassin type, you know, one and done. But looking at this yellow screen, we can just see, as I had referenced, both teams posturing around this Elder Drake, and it is going to be huge, you know, to see who can take this one down. I'm interested to see if Dorado New actually wants to continue doing it here. I don't feel like you want to risk a 50-50, so I feel like they probably want to just bait him in for the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely, Elsa, and great point you've made there. It's just yeah, it's just very tough. As for any viewers at home, we did just get an update that Goldfish Gaming currently have a 1-0 lead against Xflow. For anyone who is interested in our other series on CCS 2, just FYI. But yeah, currently at this time, you know, DoG New, and you know what? Actually, this is a great point. This is what separates DoG New from like the other Dorado teams, right? Like some of these cracks in their team that are exploitable, that other teams, the better teams, will look to punish. currently ID Eclipse haven't really done a great job at that. I just because once again their Victor at this point is not really doing as much damage as he could. It's literally the Bubster show with the bullet time, and if you don't land that bullet time well, then it's pretty much useless. Like GP's not really doing that much damage, despite the fact that he has these items on him. So they really need to try and find a better way to coordinate these ultimates, so that way Bubster can, of course, do as much damage as possible. But at the same time, BKP and Eddie Boy need to find a way to be a bit more, what's the word? I don't want to say proactive, but helpful in a sense of coordinating with the damage that's being laid down by Bubster, because at this time right now, it just seems like ID Eclipse is sync entirely, despite how well their AoE is.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
it's interesting.
On the champions, of course.
No, I mean, for sure. I mean, I agree with you too, when specifically the call out on XBKP, like, I guess this is a hard thing to quantify, but the last time we saw him, me specifically, I guess, against Goldfish Gaming, there was definitely sort of a feel that he had kind of a command over the game, especially as it got later on this Victor, just with the amount of damage that he was able to put through, really even just like kind of one-shotting people. And Victor isn't really that different as a champion. It's not the champion. So we're probably going to get that lag moment in a second here. Dancing, maybe not.
No, we are not, as there is more action.
Oh.
And Dog New just, of course. Oh, wow.
That's
Dog
fine.
New just ace ID Eclipse, and I'm pretty sure that is the game right there.
Yeah, and we talked all game along about ID Eclipse being the team composition that was capable of wombo comboing, but in the end, it is actually going to be Dorado New as with the kind of wombo combo coming through. As I don't even know what started that redacted, but it was King What's Its Face had at 3 to 4 member face breaker. I think it was 4 member face breaker. It was at definitely at least 3, and then after that, Muchai with the Ezreal ultimate layering it over the top, hitting at least 3 members as well. So very very fun to watch that. Very, very decisive. And hey, I was totally wrong, because look, the Elder Dragon is still sitting in the pit. So
yeah, no Elder Dragons taken this time around, as Dog New take a very dominating game 1 lead against ID Eclipse here. What a very exciting game, and what a statement for Dog New. Once again, they are seen or perceived as the underdogs coming into this matchup, despite the fact that ID Eclipse have been knocked down into this lower bracket here. But you know what? I think once again, they're just tired of all the doubt, and they're here to show that they're not here to mess around. Maybe we'll see our 3-0 from Dog New. I'd be pretty excited, and that'd be pretty cool. But what are your thoughts, Elsa, before we cut to a short break here?
I mean, I think that definitely a 3-0 is a possibility. I mean, this series is far from over, but that game felt very dominant from Dorado New, and also I think in an unexpected way. And what coming into this series, I saw these teams as very different in that I see ID Eclipse as a, very sort of team centric, 5, parts are greater, or whole is greater than the sum of their parts sort of team, that has this experience playing together, in CCS, and, some of them beyond that. And then, seeing New as sort of this team with kind of the Marshall is kind of being the star, and beyond that, maybe a little bit weaker. But here in game 1, I mean, all 5 members, I would say, from Dorado performing pretty well, Espresso with some signature grief moments, of course. But, outside of that, I mean, you got to give it to King What's His Face with disconnect. We can only imagine, given the number of DCs, that the internet was not the best, in McDonald's or Panera or wherever they happen to be. So being able to pull that off as a team, even honestly, kind of the tilt of having of the DCs, like it would start to, it would worry you, right? Like,
yeah,
if he's even going to be able to come back. So hats off to Dorado. But obviously it's a really long series. That's only game one. ID Eclipse, they're a very competitive team. I would hope that they don't roll over. If it's the ID Eclipse that we saw earlier in the season, hopefully Bubster's in there getting him fired up, with his where's the meat? We gotta in the chat, somebody post the
The
fodder
ID, the
league
ID
thing.
copy pasta.
Post the fodder league thing so that they can get pumped up or something if there's any ID fans out there. But I know the Dorado fans are out there, so
Oh, they're always
choo
out
choo
there.
if you're Dorado.
Another easy set. But we can't just say the whole meme just yet, as
Nope.
the series has not concluded. But we will take a short break as we prepare for game 2 of ID Eclipse against DoG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we prepare for our Game 2 draft of ID Clips against Dorado Gaming New. It was quite a dominating game for Dog New in Game 1 here, and ID Clips have chosen to remain on the blue side here. Elsa, what does that signal to you?
I mean, I think what it signals to me is that ID Eclipse doesn't think that their draft was the issue in the first game, and I don't think that it was. I think that it seemed um like ID Eclipse just kind of like got swept off their feet or almost at the beginning of the game. It just really seemed like Dorado came out swinging really fast. They were aggressive early on, particularly honestly in their counter ganking is what I wanted to say, but kind of Espresso waiting for those over engages in the bot lane early. I was honestly overall really, really disappointed in Wardbox's play. Again, not necessarily the champion, although Amumu I think can kind of get scapegoated into looking really, really bad just when he's behind, just because all he can do is go in. But I don't know. I think that ID Eclipse again, like I think that they were happy with what they got. I honestly wouldn't be surprised for that to see them, pick similar things. I'm not sure if they'll ban different things here. I'll be interested to see that as we kind of get in here. Remember, they banned away the Darius, Swain, and Seraphine in the first one. I would imagine probably the Darius ban will stay, but I wonder if they'll drop either the Swain or the Seraphine. I think maybe Swain is uh, a mid lane pick for them. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Two of the same bans at least so far, and so far they did not ban the Swain, so that one might be the one to drop.
Yeah, we'll have to see what if the bans stay the same here. As the Shyvana once again banned from on the side of Dog New, taking away Shyvana top or jungle hasn't been a thing we've seen. So just taking that out of the pool here. Waiting on ID Eclipse's third ban here. Will it be the Swain, as Elsa has said time previously? Because Swain is he's such a strong pick right now. Like the dude is
Yeah,
freaking just nuts. And yeah, it's gonna be taken off once
yeah,
again because who wants to deal with that? Okay, and they B1 misfortune once again. So they do
I'm
not
telling you.
think misfortune was the problem here.
Yeah,
Okay, so misfortune, but and they will also R1 the Ezreal. So AD carries, AD and support are not the issues for the side for either side at this time. I wonder if ID Eclipse though will look for a different support here, or I wonder how
I
they'll pivot.
yeah. I really would not be super surprised to see them pick the same thing and try to play it differently. But obviously, they are taking their time here. So if they were, sort of set on that salty run back specifically, they would.
There
Interesting.
it is.
Um,
Enchanter meta,
yeah.
baby. It's the Lulu.
Yeah, it is the Lulu coming through Enchanter meta, but the reason that kind of like Misfortune and Mumu, for example, are iconic as being picked together is that Misfortune doesn't necessarily rely on that Enchanter pick for her damage. And in fact, with something like Lulu, doesn't necessarily synergize super well with it, just because Misfortune always will just have to sit in that one spot. Lulu can't do anything to stop Misfortune from being interrupted. So it'll be interesting to see, like with this Trundle being hovered right now, specifically to me, that shows that you might want to go for something with a little bit more interrupt here from Dorado Gaming. That pillar is a good option to just bump MF over when she has that bullet time open because, Graves, there wasn't any issue in particular with the Graves pick. It was successful in game one for Dorado. So, but they do opt to, make that adjustment after seeing the adjustments on the side of ID.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And with the Diana being locked in here for ID Eclipse, there it is. I was like, you have to ban the Yasuo
Mm-hmm.
because otherwise you don't want to leave that combo open,
Nope.
even if you don't think they're good
No,
on
no,
it.
no.
It's just the potential for the Yasuo knockups from either the Wild Growth or the Moonfall from Diana is too much to just leave open. Like you just don't. So yeah, Dog New taking Yasuo off the board here, and ID Clips removing the Zillion. Zillion, as we saw yesterday, was quite the pick in our previous series with the speed up bombs and Chrono Shift revive there. As Dog New are opting to take the Victor away And ID Eclipse taking out the Aatrox, we know that won't affect Marshall's pool much because he can play a plethora of things. But I am curious as to why Dog New want BKP off the Victor here. In my opinion, I don't think it was that much of an issue. But maybe they know or feel a type of way about something that we don't.
Yeah, so if you look at last game, they actually banned the Ari and set in that spot. So you can see this time they opt to pick it. So I think that in this way they can take two things away from XBKP. But the other second round ban from Dorado New last series was, or last game was Cassiopeia, which is going to be picked up from ID. So XBKP still going to get his hands on something in his pool, and something that we haven't really talked about as we wait on this presumably top lane pick here for Eddie Boy, as it's going to be the Camille.
Yeah,
I'll actually talk about that just because I was actually surprised to not see that be the pick potentially from Marshall in the last game, because he has been known for his Camille. This is a champion he's put a lot of work in on, and we saw the results of it, especially in that game 5 last week against TA Sentinels, where he just really flexed, exerted his will over the enemy team later in the game. But now hovering the Mordekaiser, and I really like this here because he's going to know, Marshall as a big Camille player is going to know that the biggest weakness of Camille as a champion is that she's very weak early on in pretty much every single matchup that she has. She does have her passive to give her that little bit of shield, but overall does struggle against most champions, especially lane bullies. And Mordekaiser is the bully of all bullies, especially in the lane phase. Just such a powerful champion, so good in that one-on-one. So Marshall once again setting him up for success against Eddie Boy in the top lane.
Yeah, they didn't call it the Juggernaut buff, Juggernaut patch, Juggernaut meta for nothing. This Mordekaiser, if he gets ahead, will just take over the game once again, as we saw Marshall do on the Aatrox here. So once again, I am fully expecting to see focus on the top side of the map, whether it's top lane, Espresso himself on the Trundle getting fed, or Tough. Actually, that is a sub for Dog New, by the way. King What's His Face is not. Oh, I just realized that is not King What's His Face in the mid lane. It's Tough Daddy now. For Dog New, unless I just want to make sure that's not an alt or anything for King What's His Face. I do believe that is an actual substitute player.
Yeah,
probably those internet issues. Yeah, that isn't. Yeah,
that makes sense.
It does. I did not realize that.
Yeah. And when you look at Tough Daddy here, top played champion on the main account, does look like it is Ari, so makes sense. They get that comfort. And I'm not sure. I guess I'll have to take a look at the stats here as far as whether or not Tough Daddy did play on the roster whatsoever with Dorado New, like during the regular season. So that'll be interesting, kind of to see the synergy there, because I will say there were not every engage hit from the mid lane set in the first game, but definitely a lot of that playmaking and starting those team fights was due to that mid lane synergy. So it'll be interesting to see if that can carry through here.
Yeah, Tough Daddy did play. He had 5 games. For Dog New, so definitely has played for the team.
And later in the split as well. Yeah, it looks like in the series against both Titan against Titan and against ROTM. So has had a couple of series with the team. So that's good to see that they kind of do have that synergy that we'll be able to build up. And I mean, Ari and Trundle is a really strong mid jungle 2v2 overall. Obviously, Ari with that pick potential at the charm, and Trundle as well. So that could be a big point of strength, I think, for this Dorado Gaming lineup. At the beginning we thought, oh, maybe they're just going to run back the entire draft, but we do see 2 really, really unique drafts coming out from the first game. Definitely a lot of AP damage is one thing that I will note. Actually, on both sides, it's like almost full AP actually from Dorado, other than the Trundle. And then ID, at least some AD coming from Misfortune.
Ezreal's AD.
Yeah, but it's mixed damage. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of magic damage, but not too much ability to itemize against it, honestly, from ID Eclipse. They
Yeah.
don't have any tanks, or anything. You know, they have the Lulu, so I don't know that they'll be able to hugely take advantage of it. I will say that in, as far as assessing the team comps, it's a little
Mhm.
bit more difficult this game to see the to identify, I guess, the immediate goals of the ID Eclipse team comp. But I don't mean that in a bad way. I actually think that their team comp was too transparent in the last game, and
Oh,
Dorado
yeah.
was able
I
to
get what
take
you're saying.
advantage of that and kind of split them up in the team fights. So I'll be interested to see how they kind of execute this team. They definitely still have the potential to stun a bunch of people with Cassiopeia or get a bunch of people in the Moonfall and then layer the Misfortune Ultimate over that. So it still could be kind of that wombo angle, but they have a few more ways to play it out.
Absolutely, a few more ways to play it out. And if you or anyone else at home doubts their draft, then you know what? You should check out Pro Comps. Once again, it's a great drafting tool that allows you to, enhance your ability in competitive and solo queue play. Make sure you use that code CCS for 50% off in your first 3 months here. Elsa, just no analysis. Who do you think is going to win this game before we cut to a short break?
Uh, ID Eclipse.
ID Eclipse. Okay. I I'm gonna say Dog knew this game. I like the momentum they have, and yeah, that's my thoughts. We can get into it a bit more during the game here, so you'll find out what our thoughts are as we take a short break and prepare for Game 2 of ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming New. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here. Eclipse against Dorado Gaming New. ID Eclipse on the blue side, Dorado Gaming New on the red side, and it is currently a 5-champ stack on the side of Dog New. They want to look for an invade more than likely, but ID Eclipse are currently unaware. Espresso will be spotted out by Bubster. Flash forward from Espresso here.
Oh,
Bubster has not
he didn't
flashed
get it.
just yet and will not get the flash from the AD carry of ID Eclipse. So,
Yeah, Trundle needs to connect on that first cue of the bite in order to get the slow, obviously. So, if Espresso had connected on that, it would have been worth it. Unfortunately, he did not. But at the end of the day, Trundle Flash, it's not like Trundle's going to get abused in his own jungle early on, at least without like a pretty substantial invade. So it shouldn't be that big of a problem, except for the fact that it does surrender vision. Once again, just like last game, you can see the ward that was placed over the other side of Espresso's red buff. So they are going to have that advantage in the later pathing, even if they know where he starts out. So, that is something substantial that, they've been able to get done, that Rejected Anew has been able to put down that ward early on in both games. And even though it didn't go so well for them early game last time, we'll see if it benefits them this time. And I mean, one more thing I'll say about Rejected Anew is last game on the Jarvan, we didn't really say too much about him. He was mostly playing, kind of tank, playing for the team. But both games, he's had three bans thrown against him. In that first stage by Dorado New, banning out 3 pocket pick junglers for this player. So you have to understand, like, in part, that this player is absorbing a lot of the ban pressure that otherwise could go elsewhere. You think about like this Cassiopeia in particular. So, in a way, even when like the other champion, the other players on his team are making a difference, that ban investment is worth thinking about, I guess.
No, absolutely, and that's something that it should be taken note of. Whether they are afraid of him or they want to exploit his champ pool or limit his champ pool, rather.
Yeah.
Rejected Anew taking that much pressure off of his team opens up opportunity for everyone else. As Espresso will find Eddie Boy, launches the pillar, slows Eddie Boy, but gets the chomp and the thwack. Dog Marshall as well bops Eddie Boy over the head with the mace there, but the Camille will live and will just be able to farm out her lane quite a bit longer, as Espresso now pathing towards that scuttle crab there. But yeah, like you were saying, Elsa, that is still a big thing, right? Like, if you get 3 thrown at you, that means the team obviously has done some scouting and they think you're either a pressure point that they don't want to deal with, or they, once again, just don't think you are an exploitable point on the map. So we'll see how Rejected Anew will pilot this Diana, and if it's one or the other in terms of if they can, ID Eclipse can get the win, and then if they get the win, obviously we'll see how Dogny responds in the next coming game here. But currently, at the time being, we just see Rejected Anew pathing towards that bot lane scuttle. Bubster and Warbox are comfortably farming in this bot lane here, as you see Mushai and Blobby actually giving them quite a bit of distance here, because I guess the poke from Bubster and Wardbox is just so much and it's so annoying to deal with. So
yeah, I mean, and they did see Diana down there in the tri-brush just a moment ago.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be a nice pillar, but not quite enough. I mean, it is pretty disappointing. They're trying to punish this Camille because she didn't take flash. Pretty common, especially in the tough 1v1 matchups for top laners like Camille to take the ignite. But obviously, it means that she is an easy gank if she can't make good use of her hook shot, because that hook shot can be so useful in escapes if she has not burned it yet. So Eddie Boy just will need to have the discipline to hold on to that one, and also sidestep those E's. Oh, Ignite.
Yeah, absolutely. That's there was in Mortal Kombat, Eddie Boy forcing out the flash from Marshall there, but Eddie Boy also using that ignite, and now Marshall stepping forward very aggressively, under Eddie Boy's turret here. Will not get any tower shots, but towing that line between the tower aggro here, as the hand does not connect, Eddie Boy will be able to farm up these minions here safely, as we see Bubster and Warbox now encroaching on this bot lane turret to get some plates. We haven't really talked too much about the mid lane yet, Elsa, but because it's pretty much a farm fest for both of these ranged champions, right? They both, they are now level 6, or not now, but they are level 6, so we will expect to see, at least from Tough Daddy, I would expect to see him roam, just due to that mobility that Ari has. BKB, of course, as well, because he has no boots, so a little bit faster with that inherent movement speed from Cassiopeia. But Ari does have a bit more advantage on that due to the ultimate Spirit Rush.
Yeah, and I mean,
as Marshall, Eddie Boy in the death realm. Eddie Boy does not have ultimate and will be chunked out. Espresso giving it over to Marshall. First blood to the Dog New top laner once again. And like we said, Dog New have confirmed their identity and are sticking to it this time around. They're playing for top side this series.
Yeah, and you mentioned, as we see some pinks coming down into mid lane possibly here, you had mentioned why is Marshall going so aggressive? He had the long game in mind. He had got the wave all the way pushed in, and then was able to come back to base, make sure he got the level 6 mark first. And that's when he knew that he would be able to just trap Eddie Boy, because he couldn't get under that turret, which has been the last thing sort of keeping him alive. As that RA skin is really freaking cool. That
Arcane, yeah, I need to get it.
I have not really seen that one before.
Or is Arcana, not Arcane, Arcana, that's the word.
Oh, we're getting the primo observer view. Thank you to Ejinx for that. But anyways, I guess getting
maybe
back
Flay
to
can gift it to
actual
us.
relevant things. Yeah, Flay, where's my cool RA skin? Huh? I'm awaiting on comment. Probably not even listening to
me. Probably not. But you know who is? I am Elsa. And at this point here, actually, #Drake is live currently. Dog New once again do have prio on both lanes to try and claim this Drake. They even have the vision as well. You see that control ward and scuttle there. So I would look to see Espresso eventually make a move on this Drake here. Blobby and Mushai now on the retreat, joining up with their jungler, and there are the pings as they will now look to take this Drake due to Bubster and Wardbox being underneath their turret with no prio currently at this time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit confused here, honestly, about what Rejected and New is doing. He has, gotten that level 6
he has
mark
6
with
now,
Diana.
yeah.
I mean, and he did before he was even doing that Grom.
As Eddie Boy and Dog Marshall in the shield, the moonfall, the Hextech ultimatum, but Eddie now Marshall willing 2v1 this Diana here. He's on the retreat currently. He has had enough. Not the Juggernaut just yet, but he gets a kill. 2-0 on the board right now for Dog New.
Yeah, he probably could take it, but I think partially because of the double buffs, you got to play it a little bit safe.
Ooh, Death Grabs connects the shield.
Or not.
Wanted the shield. Heals
Minions,
up Marshall.
dude,
And no, the shutdown gets rejected. Bit too big for his britches there. Punished as the bullet time comes out. Shreds out Blobby just a bit, but not enough. Dissuades the Karma from pressing forward a bit. More flash, more violence. Espresso flashes forward, but the blast cone saves Rejected. A new Espresso will not be able to. But there is even more. The BKB Eddie Boy with the knockup. Espresso goes down. ID Eclipse get another one.
And, for Dorado New, the series is not over, and more importantly, they were almost playing there as if it was the last game where they did have such a substantial advantage. Marshall, yes, he does play really well in that 1v2, gets the kill, backs off as he should, but then opts back into the fight against Diana, who has double buffs, and more importantly, Diana, who is aided by like 6 to 8 minions who are just all hitting the Mordekaiser, which definitely, makes up a lot of, if not all of the difference there. And then Espresso with the flash over the wall afterwards just really kind of doubling down on these greedy moves, and ends up getting caught for it. And so, for Dorado new here, we were impressed. Part of what we were impressed with, I feel like, game one, we see some fighting here in the middle, was some of their discipline and their ability to kind of, not overstep their bounds. But here in game two, we're seeing some of those bad habits that I think really plagued them during the regular season spill over.
Yeah, absolutely spill over. But currently, ID Eclipse fighting back a bit more than they did in game one. They're not rolling over as you hope they wouldn't, Elsa, because in game one, it just looked like it was DoG new literally from minute one until the end. Sure, ID Eclipse did fight back, but they just could not find they couldn't find their footing at all. And, once again, this is a 5-game series, so they probably knew at a certain point that, like, all right, yeah, we might have a chance to come back, but we probably lost this game due to our early game mistakes. So let's just run this one out, have good mentals, and prepare for game two. And, they are doing a great job at this time now, as the Rift Herald was launched, and DoG New will get the first turret here, giving that gold over to the Trundle and the Ahri. Ahri now able to do a lot more damage and sustain damage as Eddie Boy with the hook shot. Hex ultimatum does connect. Moonfall connects. Espresso goes down. Tower shots rejected anew as well. 1-for-1.
1-for-1 overall across the map. But in the turret trade there, it doesn't look like Bubster and Wardbox will be able to claim the turret as they both went back to the base. So it is just going to be one turret for Zero and first turret claim, and it's mid lane turret. So that's going to be important, but it's true. And I mean, one thing I want to point out is, like, down into this bot lane is the farm here from Bubster, farming at almost 10 CS a minute, looking pretty good. Same with the mid lane here, actually even better for Tough Daddy, but it's going to be really crucial. We saw how big Bubster was in game one on this Misfortune, doing a huge amount of the team fight damage for this overall squad. So being able to center a lot of the gold on him, already having his mythic completed here at 12.5 minutes, that's gonna be big. And I'm interested to see kind of how Wardbox uses this Lulu, because Misfortune is a champion that, while all of her damage is not centered on her ultimate, she is more reliant on that maybe than some of the other AD carry picks right now. So I'm interested to see if Bubster is able to maybe play a little bit of a different style of the MF in the team fights and kind of kite out. It does make sense, I guess, in that context, going with the Kraken Slayer rather than these AP or kind of armor penetration based builds that are more kind of one-shotty. But enough of that, as the dragon is going to spawn, and it would be the second one for Dorado, who had a lot of dragon control in game one.
Absolutely, dragon spawning at this time. ID Eclipse will not contest. Once again, it looked so. Two Drace going over to the side of DoG New in this early game. Oh wait, okay, no, never mind. They're just gonna actually. Okay, yep, nope. I thought Bubster was going to use the bullet time there to try and contest. Not at this time. Looks like we're having some action in the top lane. The traps goes wide. DoG Marshall with that indestructible there. Obliterate does nothing. Rejected anew, and Eddie Boy punished the top laner of DoG New. And, more action as Blobby will have to flash away. And Wardbox in Mortal Kombat. This Lulu is punishing this Ezreal. Burn his flash and the barrier as well. The DoG New bot lane here.
Oh, but wait.
Now I don't have a TP coming out. Double TP from BKP and Eddie Boy. They are going to punish Coffee. Another TP. We're going to have a fiesta. This is season 5 all over again. Lots of action in the bot lane. Marshall is here. BKP on a killing spree. Eddie Boy in the death realm as Eddie Boy, the correction, uses the hook shot. Will get away, but no! Marshall with the double kill. He will expend his flash. And man, that was just so much action in the bot lane. 2 for 3 in favor of DoG New, though, in the kills given over.
And I love to see this level of macro play in Amateur League Redacted with so many teleports coming down. You're absolutely right. It does kind of give you flashbacks to another time You know, when you would have a mandatory at least 4 teleports, if not 6, in the game. But over here on the top side, you know, Rejected Anew did not take teleport as the jungler, but did take advantage of that time. And you know, for Diana, which is, I guess, you know, as I want to say, like, Diana, more of a carry-oriented pick, as I look and see, oh yeah, I forgot that Diana builds, like, Sunfire Cape these days. I'm pretty sure they nerfed that a little bit down, too, notably, but anyways, I mean, that's still going to be key for Diana here, getting towards the second item, as we got the mid laner 1v1, and some interesting, he ran around in a circle.
Yep, BKB ran Tough Daddy in a circle, Eddie Boy gets the flow, Tough Daddy will go down, Ignite as well to ensure that the kill is given over.
Yeah, it's going to be kill coming through into the sideline, but we see that this does leave the mid lane pretty vulnerable for Dorado. What can they get off of it? Maybe nothing, but they at least have control of the vision here. And I think, you know, even though they won't get anything at mid lane, they will get the top lane turret, and looks like ultimately it's probably going to be a trade, I guess. So I don't know. I mean, checking in on the gold lead, it's 500 gold in favor of ID Eclipse. So if nothing else for ID Eclipse, you know, they managed to stay in the game and make it feel close, going to almost, you know, what, 37 minutes or something like that, when they fell 4K behind, you know, like 12 minutes into the game or something. So being ahead here is a much, much better position to put yourself in. And I guess I don't really see any huge differences from last game as far as the scalings go. I don't know. I guess, you know, GP scales really, really well, but Eddie Boy on this Camille is going to scale more reliably in the side lane. But Marshall will probably be able to answer him with the Ward as well, too. So I don't know. I'm just excited to see what happens. Oh, look at the top lane CS discrepancy.
Oh my goodness, I just noticed that. Thanks for pointing it. If we can have production just show us the gold once again, oh my goodness, Marshall, the top father. Look at that gold lead he has over Eddie Boy here, despite the fact that they have given a lot more attention. And, you know, they have ganked Marshall twice. They've gotten 2 kills on Marshall at least this time. They've ganked him quite a few more, but still able to be that stalwart in the top lane, has a lot of gold, and, you know, of course, will be one of the main carries to lead his team to victory. And we're going to have some more action here as Shirley actually, because this is the second Rift Hero, will now be contested. Rejected. Finds the moonfall, and Flobby's already. He has Spit Rush away, and the rest of DoG on the north side of the river here. Will they even contest? The answer is no. DoG in the retreat. ID Eclipse will get their prize, the Rift Herald, and they're now pinging mid lane. They're gonna rotate, probably launch this Rift Herald at the mid lane turret, and then work on this Infernal Drake next. ID Eclipse are alive, and they're giving us a series at this time.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Redacted. They finally show signs of life here, as we're just waiting for someone to just, you know, pull the trigger on ID Eclipse, on these team comps in both Game 1 and Game 2, you know, that are centered around these tools of engage, you know, whether it's the Amumu and the Jarvan, or the Diana and the Camille, and finally we do see Rejected Anew just, you know, biting the bullet, going in,
the Drake though,
landing the multi-member Moonfall. And that is a little bit interesting for sure, that they did not go straight to the Drake still with their jungler alive, because this obviously would be soul point for Dorado New, who really have positioning on this. And, you know, right after I praise ID Eclipse for their team communication, it looks to be lacking.
Wow. If they lose this Drake here, that's cringe. As Rejected Anew, Will Blast went over, looking to get the Moonfall, and no. And now the jungler for ID Eclipse is in the death realm. Marshall battling him, but BKB is warding the rest of DoG off with the Miasma Petrifying Gaze. This mid laner is on a rampage as Espresso has already been taken down. DoG got the Drake, but they lost the fight. ID Eclipse now working on this mid lane turret.
Yeah, and Marshall does a great job at the beginning of taking Rejected Anew into the death realm so they can't get the smite down. And it does put them on that soul point. But then we also, you know, as we go on then through the fight, Marshall also
not able to 1v1 the Diana effectively. I mean, I know it's a 1v2 once they come out of the death realm, but even the death realm, and so that's concerning. Obviously, when you're Mordekaiser, who's really supposed to be your best side lane 1v1.
Eddie Boy and Tough Daddy and Espresso all in a duel. Black, black, black. Red buff burning the Camille. He's healing up as much as he can. Frozen domain from Espresso. He wants to kill this Camille so bad. The sweep slows the Trundle. Oh, it's the pillar interrupts, but he cannot chase any further. And ID Eclipse, wow. Oh my god, Elsa. Wow, Espresso was tunnel vision. ID Eclipse get the Baron right under their nose.
No, Tough Daddy wasn't here last game, so he didn't get the memo that you cannot follow Espresso if you want to have success in this game. Not that Espresso doesn't do anything right. Not saying that, just not the one to follow in particular. And they do end up losing the Baron over that. So definitely not a worthwhile trade for nothing. And, again, like I harp on it, but what we've seen from the beginning of the game from Dorado is just a lack of discipline, doing these things that I just sort of associate with, solo queue play when you're playing very much for yourself, and you're also not really playing with, I mean, again, you're playing with around yourself. You don't have the entire map in mind. You're not thinking about the fact that, their team can coordinate to do Baron pretty quickly, in a competitive game of League, because they can talk to each other and whatnot. So this decision making definitely just needs to be cleaned up, and I think some of it comes from being tilted. And then it kind of just snowballs on itself. Maybe not. I don't think it's like tilted in the game overall, but it's like the tilt of when you're chasing someone. Like, why can't I get that last hit? We saw from level 1 of Espresso flashing forward under the bumster, and he can't quite get it. Didn't overchase that time, but it's that attitude.
Ooh, rejected anew with the moonfall as the bullet time comes. And the rest of DoG would just sidestep it. But Elsa, I want to harp back on that point you said, and something I also hold on. As Tough Daddy and Eddie Boy are in Mortal Kombat, Eddie Boy diving on the turret, extra ultimatum with the ignite, and he gets the kill. Oh, but he goes down as well. It's a kamikaze in the box. But as you were saying, Elsa, and something I was saying as well is that for Dorado Gaming New, they have some exploits, and we're seeing that here now, right? And once again, in these exploits, that a good team will punish that, and we're seeing that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, like, this Dorado team, they were successful during the regular season. They're a playoff team for a reason, but they weren't considered to be one of the teams favored to be, in the finals or anything of their day because of some of these decisions. It just kind of comes with, a little bit of a lack of experience, I think, as a player, specifically in competitive play, and just needing a little bit more time to play those games over and over again to kind of know what happens in those situations. But that's not to say that they can't continue to make good decisions here. They're very much still in the game.
Absolutely. As Tough Daddy and Eddie Boy find themselves in the bot lane again, Tough Daddy having to use that Spirit Rush here.
Really vulnerable now without that Ferrari. It's not that long of a cooldown, but not without that one, only gonna have the flashes. Eddie Boy, just gonna look
at the vision at that time. So. Yeah, look at the like I was saying, look at the vision. It's completely dark around the map. ID Eclipse finally take priority over the Infernal Drake here and ensure that DoG New don't even want to think about walking in. But of course, if you're DoG New, you have 3 Drakes already, so you don't necessarily need this soul at this time. You probably more so want to get more gold on your carries, more items, so that way, of course, you can try and win this game. As Marshall already forcing out his flash from BKB here. They are, I would say they're scared of this Cassiopeia now. You're scared of Cassiopeia. She's 4-0-2, 500 gold bounty, Rylai's Leanne, and Seraph's already on the table. BKB is terrifying. Eddie Boy will retreat use that hook shot, was attempting to go in on the engage, but thought twice. Espresso frozen the main. Will he tunnel vision once again? He is just walking forward with so much aggression here. With the flash, rejected a nude, gets the connect, charm, mud growth, stay assist. The Diana lives, and ID Eclipse. They are exploiting DoG all over this rift right now. They're just running them across the rift, Elsa.
Yeah, and you just can't continue to chase that one because you can see Bubster on the side of the screen. The MF still hasn't even been involved in that fight yet, still has the bullet time available. And, you know, when you fight, you know, especially chasing into those jungle corridors, you're going to end up getting yourself in a situation where you get pinched, you know, and we basically, Dorado already saw how that goes, you know, last game, but I mean, before I was talking about the specific situation, but that does sort of start to look like tilt to me. You know, just kind of mindless, like, I mean, not mindlessly, but, you know, running in, knowing like there's no way that this would turn out well, even if Dorado had all of their members there, which they don't. You know, we saw Marshall just having to flash away in the top lane, and I mean, you touched on it, but this Cassiopeia is very terrifying. There's absolutely no one that can deal with her. Specifically, finishing the Rylai's, I think, is really, really scary for Marshall, just because he's going to get kited into Oblivion. Marshall finally picking up a no magic mantle here, but obviously going against the Camille in lane, itemized into the ninja tabby. I know they're not
and
called
look at
that
the
there,
mini map, Elsa. They know that they cannot deal with this Cassiopeia in a 1v1, so they're pathing towards her because Marshall cannot deal with PKP by himself. So DoG knew, what are they doing? They're calling in reinforcements. Meanwhile, Tough Daddy is left with the Camille in the side lane, in the bot lane here. But I don't think that Tough Daddy can deal with that either. I mean, sure, it was a kamikaze, a 1-for-1, but as the game progresses, I do believe Eddie Boy will have the favorable matchup in that 1v1 here. So
especially when the
here it is
down.
once again with the sweep.
Yep, that's it. He just forced out. I mean, didn't have to use ult. Forces out the Spirit Rush from the Ahri, and now it's what, you know, like 5 more seconds.
Espresso frozen to main. ID Eclipse currently retreating from the Drake. Here's Eddie Boy will be. Life steals a bit with the minions. Tough Daddy looking for it, but will not find it at this time. Eddie Boy on the retreat. ID Eclipse keep baiting the Baron. The Baron here. They're giving DoG the Baron dance, and DoG are on the ropes at this time. Elsa, also live from Twitch chat, just a brief update. King What's His Face says his internet should be decent now, so we might expect to see him back in for game 3.
All right, good to know. I mean, I was just gonna actually say good job there by Tough Daddy. I was focused on what was going on over on the Baron side, but did manage to, you know, force Eddie Boy back there, which is pretty big, but obviously not big enough. As Dorado News just kind of, I mean, they just kind of let their guard down, it seems like, there for a moment. Like there's a lot of, I mean, no, I was just gonna, there's no vision control in the red side jungle of Dorado New. Like, I mean, there's just really no reason they shouldn't have been able to do something about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. And you know, look at Rejected a News health with the Sunfires there. It's Tanky Diana is such it's a really fun thing to play. I'm not gonna lie, because I play it whenever I play in solo queue. I literally either play Vex or, and it's so fun having that much more survivability when you go in, because typically you know, old school Diana was more of that first mage, as she will go in. The Moonfall does not connect as the flash from Blobby and Mushai, who will just arcane shift away. So that ultimate is now down, but it should refresh here in just about another 30 to 45 seconds. Inferno Drake on the map once again. ID Eclipse have the prio, and once again, DoG will not contest this. So Elsa, this game is probably gonna go on for at least another 10 to 15 at this point here.
Maybe. I mean, we'll see. I think that we're reaching the point where ID can finally look to find that decisive team fight. I think that, you know, especially with that last kill on Tough Daddy, Eddie Boy has
kind of ascended to the point here. 3 items done along with the Hex Drinker, as well as the Merc Treads there, where he can even just be diving this Ari totally in the side lane. So I think they're definitely going to look for a big fight here. Camille also has teleport, so we'll see. We can see how they're setting up vision into the enemy jungle. They don't really have super good siege, to be honest. They have to either dive or find, force some kind of fight, I think, to make proper use of their Baron. So that's why I think they're prioritizing this kind of camping out in the jungle method. Not working out so far though.
Yeah, absolutely. ID Eclipse are just looking for the one team fight that will, give them the opportunity to either end the game or take the Baron here. Of course, Rejected Anuo will be the engage for them as he looks. Oh, hold that thought. Eddie Boy and Marshall in the top lane now. Whoa! The tables have been turned. Marshall, who was the top father in game 1, is now on the opposite end of that spectrum, not able to deal with any of these side laners from the side of ID Eclipse, whether it's the Cassiopeia or the Camille. And ID Eclipse are just encroaching all over DoG News base here. They're gonna take this mid lane inhibitor without any recourse.
I mean, they're just so strong right now.
Yes, Rejected Anew Moonfall and Bullet Time Connect. Getting chunked out, he wants to kill this jungler. He's charging forward Wild Growth as well to keep the Diana alive a bit longer. DoG New, what are you gonna do? Petrifying Gaze connects with the slow Moonshine Espresso on the retreat, PKP, and now the top lane inhibitor is gonna go down. DoG New, you need to do something. You need to commit to a fight. You cannot just give this over with a whimper. Moonshine trying to do the best she can. True Shot Barrage does not go wide, connects quite a bit. Marshall will take BKP in the death ripple. Will he be able to kill the Cassiopeia in stasis? Death Scraps connect, Cassiopeia finally goes down, Tough Daddy goes down as well. Moonshine has died, and it's only Blobby and Espresso left. BK, Eddie Boy, and Wardbox are 1v2ing the rest of DoG New, and I think they're going to end the game here. Espresso on the retreat. They have minions in the base. Eddie Boy and Warbox, can they end the game here? Can they even up the series? Let's see. Espresso, you gotta clear out these minions. You gotta try and take out these minions here. You kill the Camille. Espresso and Wardbox. Espresso and Eddie Boy fighting underneath this turret here. There are 2 minions left. ID Eclipse now on the retreat. Oh, but instead of retreating completely, they'll take this bot lane and hit.
There is just no freaking way that they did not have the lethal on Trundle there. After they killed Trundle, they can just end the game. Like, I mean, just now, the first members are coming up from Dorado Gaming News. So that is a very interesting shot call to me. But hey, I mean, it's a fun game. I'm having fun casting it. I guess they just want to keep having fun too, so that makes sense. I mean, they don't want to throw the game, which was the fear there. I just feel like Camille at this point, level 18, is just so strong. We saw in the top lane in the 1v1 a little earlier, just, how much the second half of Eddie Boy's Q does to Marshall, who was, absolutely bodying early in the game. But, like I brought up, Redacted, in the champion select, this Camille is not picked for the lane phase. She got a little bit behind. She did, struggle, I guess, a little bit with the ganks. But at the end of the day, she's going to scale better than the vast majority of top lane champions.
And speaking of scaling, Elsa, look at Camille's items, by the way, as well. Tough Daddy Spirit Rush. Oh my god! Tough Daddy is just exploded between the Misfortune and the Camille. Yeah, this is ID Eclipse game too. I'm calling it. ID Eclipse currently on their victory tour here as the bullet time comes out as well. Trying to do the best he can, but the Nexus has been exposed. Mushai and game 2 goes over to ID Eclipse. Wow. I didn't even get to finish my cast there.
I write the scripts here, so I knew that it was going to be ID Eclipse winning in game 2. But no, they definitely look Even though I feel like the game still did start pretty slowly here for ID, they definitely looked a lot more like, they did throughout the season as far as their identity as the game went on. I will say that I think Bubster was a little bit less effective in this one on the Misfortune. You can just even see there from the damage charts not doing quite as much as the last game, but hey, it didn't matter because take a breather this one, buddy. Your shoulders are hard from trying to, are not feeling well from trying to carry in the first game. But it didn't matter, because I think really what it was more that Dorado was doing a nice job of dealing with the Misfortune. With that being said, they kind of forgot about dealing with everybody else. But really, I think that Dorado lost this game, or lost this game for themselves. We saw Marshall first and foremost. I was flaming Espresso a lot, but first and foremost, Marshall as kind of the carry of this team, going too aggressive, opting into that fight against Rejected and New top lane, ends up dying. That really seemed like it turned the tide of the game for me, Redacted, because Rejected and New on this Diana, the stat lines and the score line doesn't show it, but the kind of the decision making from the jungler from ID Eclipse and the engages that he found were absolutely crucial for this game.
Yeah, absolutely, Elsa. I agree with everything you said, except for one other part we forgot to mention. As much as Marshall was also very aggressive, so was Espresso. Espresso got a bit.
Yes.
Take the visors off, my bro. Like, you got a bit too tunnel vision. And just like you said, that solo queue player mentality really was showing itself right now. Really reared its ugly head as Espresso. I mean, I get it. You want to punish, you want to kill these ID Eclipse members, but if you can't get them within like a 3 to 5, 7 second window, you need to retreat, because this isn't solo queue. This is competitive team play. This is amateur play, right? You're in a composition. You need to think about the team. And because you didn't, you lost Baron. You got punished a couple of times, and now you lost the game, right? So something that I'm sure Espresso and the rest of DoG New will hopefully talk about in their comms and as they look to reassess themselves for game 3 here. But with that being said, for game 3, we're going to take a short break as we prepare for that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are preparing ourselves for 3 of ID Eclipse versus Dog New. And while we have some between draft picks and bans here, Elsa, we wanted to talk about these some, a bit more stats that we had prepared earlier. So let's get into it. Our top lane here, uh, you know, we have, of course, Marshall. Actually, never mind. We are live into draft, so we're gonna get into picks and bans now. Never mind, they trolled us.
That's no, it's all good. I mean, I think that let's transition it smoothly by saying we can talk about the top lane as we get into these picks and bans because I think that there might be some switch up in priorities here, based on what happened in that last game. I think that Camille rises like to the top of the priority list
Mhm.
for me right now if you are both teams, honestly, right? Because we saw the blind pick, Camille coming through from Eddie Boy, and Marshall decided to decided to take the Darius into it. I'm trying to remember if there was. I mean, the Aatrox was the only other second round ban, but I don't know that. I mean, I guess my knowledge of the matchup
Whoa, they
maybe
banned MF this time
isn't that great. Yeah.
instead
So
of the Shyvana.
yeah, no. So we are going to see MF, and I mean, I think this is. I like this move from Dorado New because it's kind of like you were saying, redacted. Of like, it's a question of, are you afraid of that rejected Anu is so good at these certain jungle champions that you can't let them through? So interesting right now. What? They're just going to pick Aatrox. You didn't ban Aatrox.
and
You remember
and
in that first game when you played Gangplank into Aatrox, but Camille is. But what?
Elsa is breaking right now. Oh,
You're gonna have to talk for a moment. I just
okay. So yeah, while we are awaiting Dorado Gaming's first pick here, it will be the R1A ID Eclipse be wanting the GP actually. So our top, you know what, Elsa, you know what this screams to me is that both teams already know that, like, okay, for the terms of new, they know that their top laner is their priority. He'll be fine regardless of what champ he plays. I think they don't. When I say they don't care, they don't necessarily care about showing his pick now anymore at this point because Marshall will still be good
Mhm.
and do Marshall things. For the rest of Dog New though, like now I'm looking to see them try and put Mushai or King What's His Face on a power pick, right? Give them more priority, give them more agency this time around. Tough Daddy did pretty decently on the Ari, but obviously there was a lot of other issues that caused Dog New to lose that game. So yeah.
Yeah.
And but for the side of ID Eclipse, same thing as well. Eddie Boy, not necessarily the priority on ID Eclipse, which is why they probably drafted the GP first. Because while it's not necessarily a complete carry, it can still do things and still be useful. So they're just like, whatever. We'll reveal our top side first. We now know mid and bot is where it's at for us. So I think that's why ID Eclipse picked their top laner first versus why Dog New picked their top laner first. As we see the rest of these picks here with the Lulu and Cassiopeia for ID Eclipse and the Tarek and Victor for Dog New.
Yeah. And it is just kind of with the champion pool, I guess that Eddie Boy does bring. Just kind of looking at, both his OP.GG as well as kind of the history throughout the split here. It is clear that he plays pretty much exclusively carry top lane champions, which messes a little bit with the identity of ID as a whole, just because obviously, we see a lot of focus towards the bot lane as well. And so you kind of have to pick a weak side. With that being said, Gangplank definitely is a good weak side champion, even though he is a carry, can kind of theoretically can kind of sit back, use the Q to farm, get
Yeah.
that extra gold. Until he can kind of become very powerful. Now, I mean, I say theoretically, of course, because in the first game we saw that wasn't necessarily the case.
Yeah.
As Marshall definitely took advantage of that matchup. I mean, you think of GP as almost like a half of a range champion, in that he's kind of vulnerable once you're able to get it into his face. So I think we'll probably see that
once again here, but interesting to see the Victor picked up for King What's Its Face, and that it signals to me kind of a little bit of a different approach with the return of King What's Its Face in the mid lane. Whereas the set was a lot more about making those plays, setting up the ganks, and using that showstopper to kind of make a difference. This mid lane between Victor and Cassiopeia, I very much expect to just be kind of a farm fest. Both of them just kind of getting those minions and trying to get those items, but
And
interesting
Elsa,
lock in.
yeah, by the way, that's 380 carry bans directed,
Yeah.
targeted at Bubster himself, and Dog knew locking in the Jinx here. So Jinx Tarek in our bot lane. Wait, they're saving counter pick for Espresso.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. But let me talk about the Jinx a bit more here. So, Zeri. Oh, Zeri Yumi's open. Will they lock? Oh no, Lulu's already been picked. Never mind. Okay, so actually, both junglers are being picked last here. Wow, this is very interesting. So anyway, for Dog New, as Zinzao is locked in for ID Eclipse. For Dog New, this tells me that we will now look to see them play the bottom side of the map here. Marshall, go be great. Mushai, all right, you're in. You're up. We're calling your number. You're now the second. You're now the priority on the team, right? Like, we know Marshall is gonna be fine. We need to give you more agency. We need to have you be this. Not that she isn't an actual carry, but like we need you to be the actual carry on the team now. Like, because Marshall is gonna already he'll be fine. We need you on a champion that can be the actual carry. Ezreal was fine, but he wasn't really doing enough in game 2. So Nocturne locked in for Espresso here. Oh, Elsa, this is quite a draft. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I guess one of my initial thoughts here from Dorado New is that I feel a little bit worried for the backline carries. I guess that's kind of a weird thing to say with Tarek in the game. But generally, I guess with Nocturne, we often see things that kind of pair with it as far as dive in, like Galio, things like that. Maybe, uh, I mean, there's a variety. Camille is also a common one with it, but I think that with the Nocturne and the Aatrox wanting to dive in, we want to make sure that the Victor and the Jinx don't end up getting left behind. But that is why I do really like the Taric overall. That's kind of like my favorite pick, I would say, in this draft, and like the adjustment for Dorado New, because I think that while the Karma was fine, I think for Blabi in the
Mhm.
first 2 games, I didn't really recognize those playmaking moments. And so this is going to give some agency back over to the Dorado new support to be able to, not only land those stuns with the Tarek, with the Dazzle, but also being able to get those ultimates down in those crucial moments to keep the team alive.
Yeah, and Elsa, while both of these teams are starting to prep for this client draft here, I think we can comfortably say we know where they might be going here. I'm gonna ask production if we can get the stats back on the screen here, so that way we can talk about our laners here, if that's possible. If not, let me know, and we'll just talk about client
We
draft.
got it. We got it. We got
Okay,
it.
so we will have stats on the screen here in just a bit here. So I want to really talk about our laners this time from top to bottom, because game 3 is crucial, right? It's very crucial. It's very pivotal. It just will not change the direction of the screen, but um, determine the direction of how it goes. So let's talk about top lane here first, Elsa. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, so what sticks out to me here in this top lane, looking at Dog Marshall against Eddie Boy, solo kills, Dog Marshall, 39 solo kills against 22 from Eddie Boy. It just kind of shows you that he is oriented so heavily around that lane phase, around dominating his opponent in that top lane. But the other side of that coin is the death share. Obviously, not that much of a difference here between both players, but Marshall with that 19%. Death share still less than 1/5 for his entire team, but given that he is sort of generally that carry, you would like him to be representing a few less of those deaths. So kind of the two sides of the coin where you have this strong carry player, but definitely can take those risks that will lose you the game, like we saw last time.
Yeah, and moving on to the mid lane, as we or not mid lane, I'm sorry, jungle, because we're going lane by lane. So moving on to the jungle here. Sorry, I trolled production.
You're good. We're back. We're back. We're
All
back.
right, yeah. So on to the jungle. We have Espresso, of course, against Rejected and New. Both junglers at this time, Espresso being one of the main facilitators in leading Dog New to their game one win, whereas Rejected and New, once again, being that facilitator leading ID Eclipse to the game two win. So Elsa, let's break down our stats here on our junglers.
I mean, the biggest thing that sticks out to me is just Espresso's KDA quite a bit lower there, even though the gold per minute and damage per minute, still looking fairly even. It just kind of shows you that he probably dies needlessly, which I mean, wow, I never would have expected that. So
Wow, the BML. But honestly, you're not wrong. If any, for those at home or those of you just joining us, Espresso did kind of have some head bumpers that potentially cost them game two. So hopefully he can clean it up here in game three. Moving on to our mid lane, we have, of course, it's gonna be King What's His Face against XBKP. And Elsa, thoughts on our mid laners here? They look kind of even to me, you know?
yeah, I mean, and we talked about coming into the game, kind of the expectations, I guess, that we had of XBKP, and I think we saw them met a little bit more in game two. With that being said, he really was given a free lane just to farm. It should be, I guess, the case again here against this Victor, but King What's Its Face it's a little bit hard to judge the matchup. Beyond the stats, it's difficult to judge the matchup because there's been two different mid laners in the game so far.
True,
But
but we did
the
see
mid
King
laner
What's
who
His
won
Face.
is back, so
Exactly. And
or
yeah, I was
dropped.
gonna say we did see King What's His Face in game one. PKP obviously has been consistent throughout all three games now. But now I feel like this mid lane matchup will be very exciting because we have two carry mid laners, with the Cassiopeia and Victor. So it's definitely we're gonna see a lot more action, in my opinion, towards the bottom side of the map this time. But let's just keep the stat screens moving here. We'll go to our bot laners next. It's going to be Mushai, of course, against the Bubster himself. Some would say, I believe, the captain or the most vocal voice on the side of ID Eclipse here. Mushai, silent but deadly. And
Yeah,
Elsa, take it away.
I mean, definitely, certainly outspoken, and I mean, I like the fire that we see, coming out of ID as a team, and Bubster kind of being the one to beat the war drums or whatever. But you can see that he is a leader for the team as far as gold per minute, definitely very high, 24% damage share. Yes, the 80 carry is always going to have a little bit higher, but nice to see kind of almost hitting that 25% mark. And I think for Muchai, I would say Muchai is definitely a consistent player from what I've seen in multiple splits now. I will say that I also think that Muchai is a player who could stand to just like gain a little bit more confidence, like in those moments where you do see, like when she got fed in game one, maybe a little bit too much sometimes eating over the wall in Ezreal, but hopefully we can get back to that here with that powerful Jinx hyper carry and then the yeah, having the Tark in your back pocket. So
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, with Jinx being locked in here, that just screams to me like, okay, Mushai, we're calling your number, you're up. Like we're putting you on a champion that can absolutely take over the game, and we're going to give you a lot more resources and attention now. Marshall will be just fine. And then lastly, of course, these 80 carries can't make it happen without the assistance of their support. So if we just take a look at our support stats here, it's of course Blobby against Wardbox here. Wardbox, the creator of that wonderful new copy pasta. How can new be rated so high when they're absolutely trash here? Elsa, tell me about these stats we're looking at.
yeah, I mean, obviously, support is going to be kind of a hard position to evaluate based on stats alone, I guess. But we do see that both of these supports have a high vision share percentage, which is good. They're doing their job in warding. I guess the stats don't really tell me that much beyond that. I will say I don't feel like either of the supports in this series so far have kind of had a massive impact. They haven't been on sort of those playmaking champs, but also haven't had those moments where they're really turning around the game. So I would like to see in this next one what Wardbox and Blobby can do, if they can kind of make some of those big plays to shift the game in one direction or another.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you, production, for putting Elsa, as we prepare for our game 3 here. I'm going to ask you, whose draft did you like better, and who do you think is going to take it?
Well, I am going to just continue the pattern and say it's going to be Dorado. Because
Wait, you said ID Eclipse last game.
The king has returned, but it's, every other. So,
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's not a pattern yet.
So you're saying we're going to 5?
I mean, I didn't say that yet. I'm not committing to anything until this game is over. All I've committed to is Dorado.
All righty, all right. Well, looking at draft. Let's see here. Let me look at a draft once again. Mushai on the Jinx, Bubster on the Zeri. Man, this one is tough. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I actually don't know. I can't give an opinion. But we're gonna cut to a short break as we prepare for game 3. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, and maybe I'll have an answer for you then. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here game of our 5-game series. Dorado Gaming new ID Eclipse again on the blue side. DoG new again on the red side. They haven't swapped sides yet the entire series. We're gonna have ourselves a 5-champ stack in the top lane river here. Eddie Boy unaware just yet, but will spot out DoG new, placing that ward on the blue buff. Eddie Boy placing his ward as well to ensure that any shenanigans on their blue side of the jungle here, or rift here, correction, will be spotted out.
Yep, and we get the pattern once again here of the counter invade from ID Eclipse once they know that, once they spot multiple members over there, so they will be able to see Espresso starting on the blue buff here. Now, going over to those runes and the masteries and summoner spells here redacted, we'll notice that Espresso did opt for the exhaust here on Nocturne, which is obviously interesting, I guess. It makes sense in that you have the single target ultimate, obviously going in with the paranoia. You're gonna exhaust that target. Theoretically, if you do it correctly, you can even exhaust them,
especially if it's the Zeri or the Cassie.
Yep.
Even
you can exhaust them before you even hit,
Vince
also, so you get the additional damage on your ultimate. But we did see also XBKP going over to pick up that last hit on the ward. So Vision traded on both sides, but only one's the ward expired on the other side. Only one side actually kind of being fully aware of that. So we'll see how much that kind of affects the game. But with junglers starting on opposite sides here, I don't think we'll see very much interaction with them early on. It is kind of interesting though, because Rejected and New opting for this Jinzhou, which isn't as popular these days, partially because it's or it does well early, but kind of falls off a little bit. So I would expect that he would want to do, go into the jungle of Espresso early on and punish this Nocturne who just wants to farm to 6. So that's my other thought about Espresso taking the exhaust, is it could be that he feels like for the early 1v1 against Jinzhou, he needs that, otherwise he'll just die. But
yeah, Elsie, you make a great point about being picked here for Rejected and New. Given the current state of the meta, Wukong had to get the picks and bans. Wukong was definitely open, so I'm curious as to why the Wukong was not picked here for Rejected and New. Not sure if he's not familiar with the champ, or maybe they just didn't see it. I think Wukong is actually fine in this composition as well. I would say almost damn near even better because of the Cyclone ability. But once again, I'm not in their draft. I'm not on their team, so maybe they saw something that I don't. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think part of it here for Rejected and New in particular is definitely champ pool. But I mean, like you said, definitely see the Wukong games on there. So not exactly sure. I do think that this the Jinzhou has the better single target DC, such that he can get a little bit more with done pre-level 6. Unfortunately, so far we haven't actually seen him do that, as we do see just like the straight hard farming from Espresso, who has now cleared out the scuttle crab and is going to be sitting ahead in farm a little bit faster here than Jinzhou, who's still left skipped the wolves. So far so good for Espresso on this Nocturne. I mean, kind of your dream as a Nocturne is just to be left alone, playing just you versus those jungle monsters until you hit the level 6 mark, and then at that point you will start to engage. And I mean, at that point, that is too, we always think about Nocturne compositions redacted in that the first Nocturne ultimate, it's so important to set the tempo and set the tone of the game. If you can be successful in that first ultimate and garner some resources there, they can start to snowball. But if not, it can be a little bit hairy. So that is going to be a huge point. Level 4 right now for Espresso. Once he gets that level 6, we're going to watch for that one.
Absolutely. As we see King is off the minions a bit, chunking out that health bar. BKP will have to, of course, pop some pots and retreat for the time being. Excuse me, was just clearing out my throat. Bot lane of DoG New will retreat for space. Going to go ahead and, of course, spend some gold. As we see Marshall and Eddie Boy, of course, a tale as old as time and a familiar scene for most of our viewers here. Marshall having the advantage in the top lane early game. We'll look to see, though, if Rejected Anew or Espresso try to, either punish Marshall or assist their top laner as Marshall encroaches on Eddie Boy's turret here.
Yeah, I mean, and Marshall, he is ahead a couple of minions, but we do see like the wave is also crashing in for Eddie Boy here, so he's not super far down. King What's Its Face though.
Ooh, King What's Its Face will bring the flash. PKP punishing him quite a bit. The Cassiopeia gaining the advantage in the mid lane trade this time around.
Yeah, Cassiopeia just so strong there once she gets the Q and the poison starts to flow. King What's Its Face. It's going to be quite a while before he can sort of match the amount of damage that Cassiopeia can put out so quickly because she can just spam that E. Victor, he can actually do a good amount of burst damage between his Q and E, but only once he gets some of that AP. So that's encouraging to see for ID Eclipse, because definitely in game 2 x BKP, especially even towards the end of the game, going for some bigger plays, trying with those flash forward and the petrifying Ks didn't end up working out for him last game. But again, I just like to kind of see the willingness to make some of those big plays that we have seen XBKP make in other series.
And Elsa, just like you said, that first Nocturne ult, so critical and sets the tempo. Marshall here, will you let the wave push in so that way you ensure that your jungler gets a very good ultimate onto this Gangplank here? And he is. And Eddie Boy, if he is aware and analyzes how Marshall has been, he should know that something is up, because Marshall typically does not allow the minions to push in. So Eddie Boy should know that something is going on. Marshall is playing this lane very carefully, and it looks like the answer will be no. Eddie Boy flash away, the Infernal Chains connect. Marshall has popped the ultimate spell shield as well. First blood over to Marshall. Eddie Boy goes down. The BKP is here. Flash, petrify, engage. As the blast comes out, the Twin Fangs get the kill. As the Zen Zhao W connects, Marshall goes down. It's a 2 for 2 in the top lane. Or 2 for 1.
Yeah, and the advantage going over to the side of IDE with the 2 kills, even though it is the first blood that is going over towards Marshall.
Ooh, the lightning crash comes out as well. First down, ward box goes down. King What's Its Face has TP down. There's a Chaos Storm. The Zap connects. Zeri has been slowed. Is on the retreat. It will only be a support for the rocket from Mushai. And I think that was blind. She didn't know.
Yeah,
oh wow.
Rocket. Yeah, it might have even been aiming for further down in the lane, not sure, but either way, nice play there to pick up those 2 kills.
Pick up the kill as the Rejected Anew is here, and they're looking to punch. Again, this Zen Zhao early game jungler is online and effective. Wind and Lightning taking down Marshall.
Yeah, and I think, Eddie Boy here in a much better position with the Gangplank than he was in game 1, where he just kind of fell behind early on and then was just kind of fish food for this Aatrox throughout the last few lanes, but this time instead,
sleepy.
I am. This time instead, getting some help early on by Rejected Anew, and then also absorbing. Honestly, pressure did end up obviously dying to that Nocturne ultimate, but burning that pressure from the ultimate, burning the exhaust. So definitely, it's Eddie Boy. After struggling a lot in game 1, having a really strong game 2 on Camille, absorbing a lot of pressure, and then doing the same thing here in game 3. So, that's something that is sometimes hard to see. It doesn't really show up on the stat line, the number of times that you were ganked, but to be able to stay in the game, despite getting Nocturne ultimate and dove for that kill, it's cool to see for Eddie Boy and ID Eclipse.
Yeah, absolutely. And rejected anew, like you, giving his top laner a bit more attention than he did in previous games here. Because I mean, I think it's not it's not bad to say that Marshall has been putting Eddie Boy on the back foot, has in the 1v1 so far this entire series. So of course, you know, you will try to give your weaker lane at least some help, you know, whether or even if you set up a tent, so be it then. But currently at this time, Eddie Boy and Rejected Anew punishing Marshall, especially for his aggressiveness, which they have been able to exploit quite a few times. But Dog Nuke now currently working on this Hex Tech Drake here. They will get the first Drake of the game. Oh, but the ultimate comes out and BKB is engaged. Rocket goes wide. BKB slays Espresso as the ultimate there. The nullifies most of the damage. Flash from King What's His Face, so the Cannon Barrage does not take him down. Rejected New is still looking though, walking forward. Wind becomes lightning, misses, and King What's His Face will be able to get out.
And I think for Espresso,
Mushai and a Blobby find a zip. Blobby! Blobby just gets blown up between the. It's a 4-man dive underneath it. How much arrow can you juggle? Not enough, as Mushai will be able to take out the Bubster, but Rejected Anew lives due to the wild growth from Ward Box. Espresso now looking for retribution. There's that exhaust. There's the fear. Rain becomes lightning. Espresso, you may have gotten too big for your britches, and I was right. Xin Zhao, with the assistance of Ward Box, take down the Dorado Ninja.
And I was just going to. I was just going to actually, I was just going to say how actually for the amount invested there, that's actually pretty good for Dorado New, seeing as, Muchai got the 1 kill traded back. That's just a 1 for 2. It's not like they were going to take the tower afterwards or anything like that. And then Espresso just, running it down. I mean, legitimately at this, dying now for the Nocturne, that is going to put you in a really tough spot because, he had that first ultimate that does end up working out as far as getting the kill, but then he ends up dying and then subsequently just dying twice in a row, once with ultimate, once without. So, still up in CS, above this Xin Zhao, but when you look at the gold, he's down. Nocturne individually is down 1,000 gold on this Xin Zhao and is gonna really, really struggle now if Xin Zhao is able to extend vision into his jungle, because he was never built to fight that 1v1 in the arena, so to speak. So Espresso next ultimate, we put a lot of skepticism on it, but next ultimate is going to be really huge. Bottom left.
Absolutely. As the stun connects from Blobby, Shy and Blobby really want to fight. The stun goes wide, lightning. Mushai on the retreat. Blobby, the zap slows the Zeri for quite a bit. Now, heck, these AD carries are fighting each other so aggressively, trading their health bars. They're looking to get ahead. They're looking to be those carries for their teams earlier than their intended trajectory, so that way they can take over the mid game here. Elsa, I wanted to comment. Oh crap! What did I want to say? Oh, I found it. I remember now.
Marshall.
So, Marshall fighting Eddie Boy. Oh, and Eddie Boy just stays. As BKB flashes forward, Petrifying Gaze, Chaos Limit. Wait, what's his face has been stunned. The gravity well is not enough. BKB will live, and the Eclipse are turning it on here. Have they got into the heads of DoG? And Elsa, what is going on? Yeah. This game is this game right here. I said this game right here may not be the deciding game, but this will be the pivotal game.
Absolutely. No, and I think that's a great way to put it, because it's such the difference between game 1 and game 3 here, particularly for the solo laners, of ID Eclipse is night and day. Eddie Boy, sneakily staying around. I mean, not even honestly that sneaky, Redacted, but really just, again, taking advantage of that tendency of Marshall. You know that he's going to step forward. He's not going to let those minions hit the turret. He wants to get every single last one, and he's going to end up getting abused for that. He would get away with that in either the last 2 games because of the early lead he was able to accrue, but it's not that way, in this game. It's not like there's not any hope for Marshall in the top lane, but he is certainly not the stronger one in the 1v1 right now unless he plays it very, very well. I mean, and then in the mid lane for XBKP, just having the confidence to just go right forward, take that 1v1 against Victor, which he clearly knew that he would be fine to eat the stun and still have enough damage. And so, hats off really to ID Eclipse. Not that they're playing perfect or anything during this game, but very, very improved on the top side of the map as far as their mental game, it seems to me, from an outsider's perspective.
No, absolutely, Elsa. You hit the nail right. And it's now enforcing pre-game notions that we were advertising originally, that ID Eclipse were seen by some as still the favorites to win this series. But after game 1, you're like, okay, DoG really just stomped the shit out of y'all. Nope. What's going on? But obviously, once again, they realized, like, all right, that game we trolled, let's reset and get it together. And now that's very apparent. Game 2 was obviously ID won, but it was a bit more seesaw. It was going back and forth between the 2 teams. This game has been ID dominance since the beginning, as Espresso will use that paranoid, rejected a new, looking a bit too greedy, pulling off his best Espresso impression, and will be punished for it. The jungler for ID Eclipse goes down.
Yeah, I mean, and at least at that point he had lost vision because of the Nocturne Ultimate. It did go in before the Nocturne Ultimate, crucially from rejected anew. So nice play by Espresso to back up the mid laner there, and good to see that this Nocturne is still paying attention to the game, I guess, and it's happening. And I mean, we do see that Espresso has developed a fairly substantial CS lead, and now actually has totally flipped the gold with the gold advantage with the Xinjiao. I mean, not totally flipped it, but he is now ahead. So, I mean, hey, you got to give it to the Nocturne there. Is going to remain relevant in the game. At level 11, does start to shorten that cooldown. I am really worried about this Cassiopeia right now, to be completely honest, if I'm Dorado, because we saw last game, Marshall playing a different champion this time with the Aatrox, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if BKP goes for, again, that Rylai's third, and, once that item comes in, it is just a menace for melees. Either way, honestly, just the amount of damage that this Cassiopeia will have, and nobody having any MR on the opposing team. So that is not going to be fun into the team fight. I haven't even said Zeri's name at all. Zeri is just like, I don't know, hopefully she's doesn't take some moment of their time to die or something.
Yeah, absolutely. As Ocean Drake will be spawning here in about 30, as DoG New have decided to launch Shirley into this mid lane turret. Yeah, so didn't get the charge up on that turret, so they will now look to escort her to the next one here. Rejected anew though, will not have it for Cosmic Radiance as well. The lightning crash, but it saves King What's His Face from dying as the Chaos Storm tears through the ID Eclipse jungler. Bubster, keep your eyes on Mushai though. Marshall finds the flank. Bubster and the rest of ID Eclipse on the retreat. The rocket goes wide. Mushai will have to fight with Marshall in the between. 3 members of ID Eclipse. Petrifying Gaze does stun him under tower, but he lives. DoG New now looking for this mid lane turret here, and they will get it.
And they've been quietly doing it all game, but the bot lane from Dorado Gaming New finally comes through, comes up big in that team fight. Big ultimate by Blobby, keeping people alive with the Taric. Huge by Muchai in the backline, quietly again, just little by little, continuing to throw out those rockets. And, they were just able to buy enough time. Marshall finally able to arrive to provide additional front lining there from Dorado. And it's still a game. Definitely it was looking looking
definitely
pretty sorry,
yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
Or maybe, you know, maybe we were just exaggerating it too much. But all of a sudden, I mean, look at the gold redacted. It's a 2,000 gold lead, 2,400 gold lead for Dorado Gaming New. So Cassiopeia still hasn't died, but apparently they don't need to kill her to win a team fight.
Absolutely not. But now at this point here, not to say that Zeri is irrelevant, your mid game carries, because you know this game goes in stages, right? Zeri will still be a threat, but your main go-to carry right now for ID Eclipse is this Cassiopeia. You want to try and play through her and allow her to be that damage threat for you, with Zeri being the backup cleanup. So you want to try and make sure you protect BKB as much as possible, so that way he can carry you through the mid game. Meanwhile, for the side of DoG New, it's Mushai. Mushai is your they've done their game plan, right? They've gotten the Jinx fed, gotten her plenty of kills, and now they need to just stay the course, keep Mushai alive, allow Mushai to do damage. Of course, Mushai herself, make sure she doesn't troll and look for some very bad or super aggressive plays, because we have seen her a bit trading her health bar, of course, with Bubster in those few 1v1s, but she's done pretty good so far. Only one death, as they now look to take this Ocean Drake here.
Ocean Drake. It is one Drake apiece for both of these teams so far, but looking on the top side of the map, they're going to trade this.
Wow.
And I was just going to say, you know, this dragon, interesting to have so much priority on this dragon that really isn't that important in the game right now, but the Baron already at half.
Marshall is here. Baron's already at 2k health, and it's already gone the rock. Why ID Eclipse with the excellent Baron play, and Elsa, we have seen so many more 20-minute Barons. I don't know, like, what changed in League. Like, I just mean in general. We've seen the 20-minute Baron playing like so common now. It's just eye-opening, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is how many opportunities we do see for teams to, you know, commit to these trades. But usually it's because of something like a soul point being up, you know? That teams are sort of willing to make those trades more often. That's obviously not the case, as that was just the second dragon being picked up for Dorado. So, you know, hey, maybe we'll be, maybe they'll be the ones laughing when in, like, you know, 10 minutes or whatever.
Oh, Cosmic Radiance, Espresso goes in. The Lightning Crash from Bubster here. Wild Growth as well. Bubs, Polymorph, Espresso, and Espresso will be able to live on the rocket. Connects. Eddie Boy goes down. Bubster down as well. Marshall with the flank. Once again, the coaching from Fireflance is working out excellently. The flash forward from King, what's his face? Gravity Well as well. BKB is finally stunned. Will they get the shutdown on this mid laner here? Petrifying Case. The stun from Tiff does not connect. BKB is still on the retreat. Flash. That goes wide. This Cassiopeia is slinking away, but Mushai is on the flank here. They're gonna dive BKB underneath the turret. Mushai with one and gets the shutdown, and that'll be another kill for the Jinx on Dorado Gaming New.
And not only is that a huge fight for Dorado because of the kills that they picked up, but they take the threat of the Baron away for the most part here. Huge from New, and it's been Espresso, you know. Credit to where credit is due. Not getting discouraged. You know, I guess if you run into them and die and you fail, try again, and it works out that time. You know, really buying so much time
as well.
Going on to Bubster in the backline. I mean, we talked about how, you know, this Zeri hasn't really been that big of a factor. I mean, how can she be when this Nocturne is just in her face? Not only that, but, you know, having her exhausted, so she's really not able to deal that damage back. And even though Wardbox, you know, invest the ultimate to keep Bubster alive, the rest of the team fight, I mean, you know, as happened in the last team fight that was successful for New, this Jinx is just sitting on the backline. So, you know,
and look at Jinx's items, Elsa.
Yeah, now has the 3 items. And, you know, interesting that she does go for that rapid fire cannon, which typically isn't that stat efficient of an item, but it makes a lot of sense into this team composition because she needs to be able to keep her distance, in particular against Cassiopeia. And as scary as XBKB has been in this game, you know, even up until his last death there,
hard for the Cassiopeia to do anything against this Jinx because she doesn't have any way to gap close into the backline. So that's a problem that needs to be solved here for ID Eclipse. For them to win this game, they need to do something about Jinx into the backline. It probably has something to do with Xin Zhao getting, going in there and then getting ulted up by the Lulu is my guess, but
I think that was a misclick from
yeah.
Espresso there. Yeah, definitely. As there was nobody in sight here. What's the cooldown on that? Okay, so it'll be back up in 54 seconds. Drake is up in about a minute, so no big objectives here. So we'll have to be a bit more mindful about what key he is pressing. He doesn't want that to happen again when an objective is close by.
Yeah, and you can see that he's pinging it, saying, "No worries, guys. It's gonna be up again before the dragon. No harm, no foul." Right? But
I know that laugh.
I mean, realistically, there is like no reason that you would use it prior to. Maybe he used it. Maybe he did that to stop himself from using it before the Baron started. He was like, you know what, guys? I am really worried that I'm gonna chase somebody.
How much you trying to stretch? How much you trying to stretch?
I'm really worried that I'm gonna chase somebody with my ult. Let me just
man.
use it. Let me just use it right now, and then it won't be ready again until I'm supposed to.
You are trying so hard for the shadows.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But, I mean, now both teams are posturing around, and as much as we flamed the Dragon for Baron trade, the Baron is all done and dusted. It's gone. It will never, benefit ID ever again, that Baron that they took, whereas that Dragon is still up on the board for Dorado New, so if we can pick up another one here, it would be so
Eddie Boy finding a nice barrel chain on Espresso here. Another one again! The cannon barrage is well. Then with the ultimate there from Tarek, but he's already chunked out before he has a chance. Rejected a new in the back line, causing so much chaos. Will use the stasis. Bubster is now doing Zeri things, tearing through ID. Thank you, DoG New. We'll get the triple kill. Now fighting Blobby in the top lane or the bottom side of the map here. Bubster will just be able to kill this Tarek. Quadra kill for the ID Eclipse AD carry. That is an ace for ID Eclipse, and they will get the Ocean Drake.
And it's all Eddie Boy here. He is the one who finds not one, but two barrel combos onto Espresso to be able to get that fight started, then following it up with the cannon barrage in order to get the slow. Just beautiful from this Gangplank, setting up the fight. And once the Nocturne ultimate has been utilized and the Nocturne, isn't actually able to get any value in that fight, not only does it mean that, the advantage on the Dragon positioning goes to ID, but it also means that they're, that Dorado is missing their primary form of engage and really their only form of engage, given that they have this Tarek at support. King What's-Its-Face not on the set anymore, now on this Victor, just sitting back, not able to start those fights like we saw in game one. And, we can sort of see the differences here when there isn't that primary form of engaged coming through.
Exactly, and if we could have production show us the scoreboard so we can see items, and then actually let's toggle to gold as well. I want to see what gold is now. Oh my god, look at Bubster now. We were just almost about to call this Zeri pretty much useless, but that quadra kill has now slingshotted her back into a carry position into this game. As Rejected Anew is looking for the engage on King What's-His-Face here. The Wind Become Lightning misses as the Paranoia Cosmic Radiance combo connects, and they are looking to slay the jungler here of ID Eclipse. They will get it. Bubster pops that lightning crash on the attack now, skating forward, dodging the abilities here of DoG New. But now DoG New currently on the retreat. Giving the Baron dance. Gangplank is on the bot lane inhibitor turret here, DoG New. You have to make a decision. What's it gonna be? They retreat for their base instead.
Yeah, and so that is just going to be a trade of jungler for inhibitor turret, which you definitely will take again and again if you're ID Eclipse, especially given that there's not going to be any force on the objectives. And it's just,
it's well played around the map from ID because they know that with the Gangplank in the top lane, they don't have to worry about the Baron being started. Otherwise, Gangplank's just going to continue to push into the base. And if they do send them, if they do end up sending Marshall back to deal with the Gangplank, then, it's not just a 4v4 Baron angle for Dorado. But speaking of Baron, it's a two-person angle to start it at least, and now they have the rest of the team coming.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming, or I'm sorry, ID Eclipse, Wardbox, and BKB did start off the Baron. They were trying to
Nocturnal,
but now the rest of their team is here. The Nocturne ult goes in on BKB. Actually, the Wild Growth as the stun from Tarek does not connect. Express was why was Mushai in the front line himself? And that is a double kill for Blubster to support the bot lane for Dog, who's already down. Cannon Barrage slowing, and then he down as well. Marshall is the only one left. ID Eclipse are now charging down the mid lane.
They have the Baron, they have this Zeri super fed Cassiopeia as well. I think that they might be able to try to maybe look for the end here. It does look like they want to continue to push it. They definitely can at least fish for Gangplank barrels here.
They looking for the Eclipse want to take us to match point. They want to be on match point. They want to confirm their copy pasta, and they will be sending us to ID Eclipse. Take game 3.
And this has been a series that has been a roller coaster of emotions for both teams. ID coming in, sort of riding high as the favored team, struck down right away by Dorado. But now, after 2 games of Dorado kind of bleeding out here, it is ID Eclipse on the upswing, probably playing their best League of Legends in that game 3. And I think that they're feeling pretty good going into game 4 here.
Heck yeah, they are. I was wondering where my mic was. Heck yeah, they are. Man, that was such a dominating game from ID Eclipse here. Honestly, that was the best game of the series so far. As much as I know you're tired, Elsa, give me more of that. But no, but no,
yeah, I'm here for it.
What a game, though. Honestly, at this point now, if your dog knew, like, okay, we gotta talk. We have to talk about what went wrong here. Also, what do you think went wrong there for Dog New in this game? Because there were so many different things. Like, I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as changes, I mean, it's interesting to me because I do feel, obviously there's flaws in these team compositions, but I don't feel like the flaws in the team compositions have been the thing that has lost the game for these teams. I mean, even in that last one, even in that last one, I feel like if Muchai had positioned better in that last fight, it looked like she was kind of trying to go for some kind of hero play angle, maybe over on the side, trying to get the rockets to get the splash damage onto multiple members. Doesn't end up working out, obviously. Long story short. But I do think there's another world in which maybe in a subsequent team fight, Jinx is able to get excited and cut through them. But so I do think it's going to come down to execution. I think that when you're at a match point like this, you want to make sure that that your players are on champions that they feel comfortable on, so that they can execute, right? Because even if your team composition is the best team composition in the world, if you are over on the side of the fight as Jinx getting caught out, you're going to lose 10 times out of 10. And that's just that. So I want to see them clean that up. Maybe that comes with comfort. Maybe that comes with some pocket picks, I'd like to see maybe Marshall whip something out here. This,
like the Camille.
This is it, right? I mean, it could be the Camille, right? That's definitely what he turned to in his moment of need. Last week, I did see some whispers in the Discord about maybe some sort of pocket pick, something like that. And I mean, it's not. I think it was referred to as a Game 5 pick, but there might not be a Game 5.
Yeah, I don't know if you wait
So
for Game 5.
I think maybe now is the time to pull it out. If anybody has anything cool, also it would be fun for us. That's mostly what I'm worried about. So I don't know redacted, but I think we all probably need to take a deep breath and get ready for this next one.
A deep breath I will take right now. And now we're going to cut to a short break as we prepare for game 4. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are preparing for Game 4 of Dorado Gaming New against ID Eclipse. And for the first time in this series, Elsa, we have changed side selection. It's going to be Dog New on the blue side and ID Eclipse on the red. Elsa, what does this kind of signal to you? Because last time Dog New lost, they kept the same side, but now they are on the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it signals to me is that they just aren't really finding very much value out of the counter pick from Marshall right now, which is really the only person that they value that counter pick, giving that counter pick to over, having the priority of the blue side draft. And that makes sense. I mean, because you saw IDE just being willing to just straight up first pick and blind pick that gangplank.
Yeah.
And so what that tells Dorado knew, obviously, if they end up losing to it, is that it's not worth the counter pick there because they can't take the gangplank off the board as well. They are going to switch out the bans and they're going to leave the Hecarim open. It does end up getting banned though by IDE. I think Hecarim top was supposed to be the pocket pick. That's like my hot take because I think he had said that it got buffed recently. But smart here from IDE, they're not going to let it go through. They're going to ban it. So
But
now I want to
Camille
see
is
what.
open.
Yeah, we'll see what Dorado knew. They could go towards Camille. I mean, Camille was open last draft as well. And Gangplank ended up being the pick for IDE. So last second, they do end up picking up a Mumu. So
A Mumu
interesting to see
B1.
that one. We saw Ward Box from IDE on Mumu in game one. Did not work out. It wasn't. A Mumu wasn't the problem, at least especially as far as their composition goes. Misfortune is generally what you see paired with it. But Misfortune was banned actually by IDE this time. So we're just seeing a little bit of a swap of champions, not from the same games or anything. And these drafts know no rhyme or reason.
Absolutely, yeah. It may not be the same. They're swapping champions. They may not be from directly the exact same game, but it is from the same series, right? And the Tarek will be R1 for ID Eclipse here, with the Trundle being locked in as well. So with Dog New obviously being wanting the Amumu, Misfortune being banned, that makes me wonder, like, oh, Azir being hovered for King What's His Face. Have not seen the Emperor of Shurima in quite a bit. I think that is actually a very good pick because Azir has been pretty strong. And of course has been flexed in the top lane. I don't think Marshall plays it though. Don't quote me on that. But I will expect King What's His Face to be the one piloting this champion. But the Azir flex top is a thing, and so it's always something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and I mean, I would imagine that this is definitely going to the mid lane for King What's Its Face, who we did see playing this. I believe that this is one of the champions that I watched this team play in the earlier in the playoffs or something like that. Anyways, I do like for King What's Its Face that it brings a couple of things that Victor did not. The first thing is a little bit more sustained damage later in the game with the Sand Soldiers,
Mhm.
and it also brings um, it also brings some disengage as well, which is really really helpful against Trundle, who doesn't really have an ability to deal with just getting booted out by the Azir. Last pick here in the first round for Dorado is going to be the Graves, and we were just discussing off air here. Looking at Espresso's OP.GG is really that Graves one trick in the solo queue environment. So I talked about Redacted getting players on something they feel comfortable on in a match point game situation like this, and that will be achieved at least from the jungle position for Dorado.
Absolutely, yeah. You did tell me. I said, did you say how many games? A
Um,
hundred plus, or I don't know. I thought you told me, but maybe I was wrong. My fault.
I
Put
mean,
you on the
over
spot.
like 3 accounts there. I mean, I can open it again.
Okay, yeah.
A
While you're
lot.
looking at that, I'll talk about the bans though. So ID Club's banning the Darius here with there with Dog New also banning the Ari. So curious as to what ID will look to ban out here next. Camille is on the docket as well as once again Fiora, Aatrox, or of course they could look at the AD carry pool as well, and it will be the melee actually. So that signals to me that, well, they already picked GP here, so huh, that's an interesting band. Maybe they're well, I mean, with the Amumu and the excuse me, Amumu and the Azir being locked in, of course, adding the Malphite is just a lot more wombo. And currently, ID Eclipse have a lot of AD damage on their team, and Malphite, it's a good tank into that damage. So not a bad ban, as the Victor was banned out on the side of Dog New here. So we will not see BKP playing that. Oh, and of course, he will not be piloting the Cassiopeia either, as it was banned in the first round here. So ID Eclipse now hovering. Oh, and they just insta-lock. Wow, Bubster on the Varus here. Oh, Varric, if you're in chat, can I get some Varus spams or at least a Varus call out of Varric, a known Varus enjoyer, over 2 million mastery points on that champion there.
Yeah, I
But
think this Varus is likely going to end up going mid lane. It is a flex pick, but just real if you like, I mean, I don't know.
oh
It
yeah,
just
he is
feels
flex mid
like
now.
a flex
Forgot
pick.
about
And then
that.
the second I look over onto XBKP's OP.GG, he has multiple games of it recently in solo queue. So you know, again, definitely something that could end up being flexible, but I would expect it to go into the mid lane. I also don't like Varus into a Mumu very much at all in the bot lane, just because of how vulnerable this Varus can be to ganks here. And I think that
Wow.
Ornn is the right pick in this
Mhm,
composition.
mhm.
It's just the problem is that if you're Marshall, it means that you have to play a very different style, and you just have to let your team trust your team. And I mean, frankly, Redacted, you know, and it's not to say that there haven't been good plays. There's been good, you know, play. I think Marshall has made honestly just as many mistakes as the rest of the team during the series for the most part. But last time we saw Dorado New, you know, it all came down
And
to
there it is.
the last game. Yeah, it is going to be the Varus min, and it all came down to the last time Dorado New lost in the playoffs when they lost to Glaive. It was on the back of that last game, game 4. Marshall decided to be on the Sejuani, and you know, like having that having your carry player on that tank, it eventually just kind of feels really bad because you just fall off, don't eventually have the damage to kind of make a difference in the fight. And they just want to make sure that Marshall has that agency. So it's going to be the run back again. Take 3 of Aatrox versus Gangplank. We've seen this matchup swing very heavily onto either, you know, one side or
Has
the
the
other.
matchup really swung favoring? We're starting to win now. Like if you just put that matchup in a or in a vacuum,
I
you
mean,
really?
part of it is obviously the jungle,
Yeah.
you know, is the jungle involvement. I would say that that is the largest part of it. You know, I don't necessarily know it's about these 2 players in the 1v1 playing it so differently. Obviously, the player who's ahead, you know, a substantial amount of gold is very quickly going to start looking um better in those 1v1 fights, just simply because you have more gold. So that's a little bit deceiving. But reflecting, I guess, on these last couple of picks, you know, as you pointed out, Redacted, we do have the Zeri locked in again, which was a little bit slow to get started, but that's kind of how Zeri is as a champion. And later on, Bubster grabbing that quadra kill, definitely looking very, very strong. But the Caitlyn is an interesting one from Dorado Gaming New. We've been seeing more Caitlyn recently. We saw Comp over in LEC going over to the Caitlyn in the finals this last weekend. So getting a little bit more popularity. I'll be interested to see what setup Muchai does decide to go with on the Caitlyn. Thinking about Caitlyn and Amumu, they do have that nice setup for the traps with the Amumu bandage toss. So
Yeah. I don't personally, I don't know how I feel entirely. Uh Not because it's a bad pick. I'm thinking more about the entire team composition and how it plays into it, right? Caitlyn screams to me a bit more like a bit of a prolonged, longer team fight, right? Or these skirmishes, these longer skirmishes, whether in lane or around neutral objectives. But everything else in Dog News comp is like telling me, go in, fight real quick, and then either we die or they die. Of course, Caitlyn will help clean up there, but I just wonder, like, Sivir was open with that on the hunt and those boomerangs. It probably, in my opinion, might have been a better pick, but
look
who
at the
knows?
client draft. We do have Zeri mid right now.
Oh,
So they could still swap, I believe, down to 20 seconds.
yeah.
But we were wrong, obviously, getting trolled by the OP.GG. And I mean, it's interesting because, as I was talking about, this Varus is going to be really, really vulnerable to
No
to
way they put
the
Varus mid,
combination from
right?
the Amumu and the
Or
Caitlyn.
Zeri
So
mid.
yeah. So if they are able to land that, oh, okay, they swapped. There we go.
Okay, thank God. I was like, there's no
I just really did not like
you
Varus bot there.
yeah, I was just like, there's no way you don't give Bubster Zeri again after that performance,
Yeah.
and right?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
also think that Zeri mid, definitely a lot weaker than it kind of used to be. We used to see it
Yeah.
in the CCS, even here quite a bit with Okami last split playing it. But I think the reason why Zeri mid was strong was just Zeri is broken, not because Zeri mid, is actually good. Zeri bot, it still kind of glosses over some of the weaknesses that Zeri does have, which is that she can be less strong in the early game. But that makes sense to be here with the Taric. Taric going to be smoothing her through that time, try to get into that late game where they can both make a big difference. And I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what these teams can do.
I'm excited as well. And Elsa, before we cut to I'm gonna ask you about who do you think's going to win this game? Will Dog New take us to a game 5, or will ID Eclipse send
Oh, I feel like something just
something
spilled.
fell in my place? I'll check it out later. Um, but
Uh,
will a Dog New go to the pound or by ID Eclipse here? So what do you think?
You know what? I am very tired, as I said. So as much as I would love to go to bed and have ID win, I would love also for the CCS community to have content. And I think that we're gonna go to game 5, and I'm taking Dorado New.
Alrighty, alrighty. Well, we're gonna cut to a short break as I find and you prepare for this ID Eclipse versus Dog New game. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live. Game 4 predictions. Tell Flay to do his job. But we're here live for game 4 of our 5-game series. It is ID Eclipse on match point, and this time, once again, they are on the red side, and it is DoG on the blue side. We're getting lots of good luck, have fun in the chat here, as well as a let's end strong for the content from King Space. So a little of that in-game banter for our viewers at home, if you're curious to know what these wonderful players are saying to each other. But it's gonna be a 5-champ lineup here with a little bit of semi-invade, just getting vision, so that way you can have some awareness of are starting or where they are not. And yeah, they'll recall and just go back to safety. Elsa, you know the drill. You know what I'm gonna ask. So I'll let the floor be yours.
I mean, let's talk about this Varus here in the mid lane, because it's definitely something we've seen in past metas, for sure, but more recently, I guess, not something that we've seen. And my biggest problem with Varus mid kind of in general is that it is a very vulnerable pick. Varus not having any sort of dashes or escapes, obviously, as a champion, and then in that mid lane, not even having the support to assist.
Wow.
But we can see level 1 trading here from BKP, taking the is going to take the rune. God, I can't remember the 3 quick auto attack.
Whoa. Bubster getting the first blood in the bot lane on Mushai there. Mushai having to burn the flash and cleanse. Mushai went down. Unfortunately, we didn't capture everything on our screen here. Oh, Bubster and Wardbox being very aggressive on their own, actually, without any jungler. And when that happens in the 2v2, it's scary hours.
And Bubster started the call. Still, somehow, they come out on top of that early engagement. And Caitlyn, Amumu, these are early game focused picks. The next thing that I was getting ready to say about this Dorado new team comp is that it would be focused around this bot lane and around getting those turret plates down early. It's not that it's not an impossibility or anything like that, but 900 gold ahead for ID Eclipse here at 3 minutes into the game. 1K already. I mean, how is that even a thing?
Man, I mean, just the farm CS, and of
500
course the
is
kill.
on Bubster by himself, but yeah. Gangplank picking up a little bit of extra gold with his passive as well early on, but
rejected anew is here. Marshall on the tower team. Eddie Boy will flash away, and they get the TP from the looking to punish the DoG top laner once again. In this game here, at least, not once again in this series.
Yeah, so the gank doesn't work out, but remember that teleport is a huge cooldown, very, very long at this point in the game. XBKP, I think he is able to just walk that one out without having to use the flash, but that is a pretty big advantage here for Varus, who I think will have to use his TP to come back to lane now, but given that he might be able to walk, it looks like he is going to be able to walk, so I think he will be able to save that one and have that advantage over the Azir in the mid lane. So that is going to be really, really crucial here for ID Eclipse. And looking across their team comp again, I do want to go back to Eddie Boy, who did not have the best time, I guess, in the first game, and has just really, really turned the game on its head. And I think more importantly for me, I really respect his willingness to just go back onto this gangplank time and time again, saying like, yep, in this first game, I had some unfortunate circumstances in the beginning, fell behind.
DoG Marshall flashes forward, will get the kill, and Eddie Boy wrestle here to assist his top laner as rejected anew was here clean up. Will not be able to, and just starts cleaning up these minions. He'll take a little bit of tax for his time spent up here.
And that's a caster curse.
Good job.
Yep. So yeah, I am proud of myself there for very badly caster cursing Eddie Boy. But now you're gonna see Marshall. He's gonna be able to return with the serrated Dirk back to lane. So really, really strong there for this Aatrox. You know, the sheen from Gangplank is helpful to make those Qs hurt a little bit more, but it doesn't give him anything in regards to being able to, you know, survive through this Aatrox and the burst that it provides, you know, early on, not only with the serrated Dirk, but then especially once this Eclipse gets finished, assuming that Marshall is able to stay ahead.
Yeah, definitely for sure. That's a rated Dirk, giving Marshall and Espresso lots of early game damage. As we saw Marshall in the top lane there. Wardbox and Buster though, now look, will not be dissuaded away. Oh, does not get the last mark on the ward, but will find a bandage toss as the stun connects, rejected anew. Blobby will have to dash away, but the ignite and the trundle goes down. BKP and King What's His Face now find each other in the mid lane here. BKP on the retreat. Blobby's bandage toss connects. Flash. Blobby gets the kill. The Varus goes down. DoG knew, repeating what they did in game 1 by stomping the early game.
Yeah, and that is one of those. That's one of those flashes that from BKP that it's like, once you get hit by the Amumu bandage toss, it's really not worth it. But they are maybe not going to just let this go without trying to contest at all. XBKP did have the TP, so he is able to come over. But it does look like it is just going to be given over to Dorado. So despite that unexpected first blood early in the bot lane, we have seen, you know, a flip of the gold going back over to the way of Dorado. So, you know, they got that going for him, I guess. And I mean, it's mostly, though, going to be on the top lane as we see Marshall up like 14 CS, obviously. Extremely, extremely substantial for this Aatrox. And so I think that might be a little deceiving as far as how strong the bottom side of the map is for Dorado. But they did just make something happen, so I don't know. I'm just talking.
No, you're absolutely right. Dorado has made something happen. Stun connects on Mushai once again from Wardbox there, and Blobby will be the to the ID Eclipse gamers here. Another one for the bot side of ID. They are now starting to snowball this bot lane, and Elsa, it's starting to get a little out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, still gold lead for Dorado new, but I mean, you know, it's kind of interesting because you watch both sides of the map and it's kind of like, you know, both teams are powering up, but just in very, very different ways. Unfortunately for Marshall here, you know, he can't.
Oh, BKP, Espresso, and King What's His Face find a very. They will kill him. Espresso using that collateral. Get some space as Marshall and Eddie Boy are fighting. Will slay the top. He's just been punishing him. Wants something in retribution. Tanking tower. Bobby now went forward because he thought Marshall would be able to get the kill. King What's His Face gets it though with the assistance soldiers, but rejected anew, gets Blobby back due to that red buff burn.
And that is a huge back and forth, but at the end of the day, I guess it kind of benefits Dorado. I suppose.
Oh, it was actually the minions.
Yeah, it looked like it was like maybe the last caster minion auto attack there that took him down, but just lots of cross map movement from both teams. So I like to see kind of the coordination coming through from both sides, and it really seems like kind of for the first time this series, both teams are on the same page in the same game. Kind of seemed like, you know, game 1 we really saw that from Dorado new, but then you know, it's been missing a little bit, especially from Espresso in the jungle, kind of a lone ranger for much of those last 2 games. So we'll see if they try to maybe make something happen now, Dorado, around this Muchai in the bot lane. If they can get some kind of combo, I see that it's level 5 here still for Blobby, so still trying to work on that level 6 mark, but he is pretty close.
Yeah, close is indeed, as Marshall and Eddie top lane rejected it. Here to assist his top laner, Marshall on just yet. The World Ender now activated. Marshall on as Eddie Boy pops from with the barrel. The cannon barrage almost active. Marshall on the retreat. Will he be able to? Oh, the answer is yes for now.
Look at that wave, though. It's so huge, and even though he has teleport, the channel is going to take quite some time, and in that time, Eddie Boy has already managed to take 2 turret plates, might even be able to finish up a 3rd. So for Marshall, doesn't feel very good. Eddie Boy probably going to go back to the base and should be able to walk back up. So now we got that top lane TP discrepancy coming into play as well, and this Caitlyn has fallen behind. Almost 20 CS, well, 15 CS, a little more than 15 CS, and that's not what you want to see from Caitlyn, who we of course expect to dominate early.
Definitely not something we want to see from the Caitlyn, as Shelly has been launched here to get some plates onto the side of DoG New here. Espresso and King What's His Face getting that gold. They're going to try and, of course, put more gold on this mid laner here, as the Cans of Corruption do land. Espresso will use that collateral damage to escape and put some distance between himself. So no further action coming out in the mid lane though.
No, and I mean, it's a little disappointing there that they weren't able to pick up the kill onto Espresso on the back end. A nice Chains of Corruption from Varus, but they don't want to overstep their bounds. I mean, that is one thing. You know, yes, this is not match. You know, this isn't game 5. You know, ID, they can't afford to drop one more game and still win. But every game is obviously there's not that many of them. So every game also very crucial. So it seems like for ID, maybe playing with a little bit of caution, not willing to throw the game away on a play that they're not sure about. Would rather kind of take some of these small losses and stay in fighting range here, because it is only a 1k lead or as of now for Dorado.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently only a 1k lead for Dorado game. New here, as Marshall popped the World Ender and Eddie Boy was knocked back by the Infernal Chains. Marshall gets the solo bolo on Eddie Boy, and once again, Elsa, remember that question I had asked you about who was the better top laner if we placed them in a vacuum without jungle interference?
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, it looks like Marshall definitely making a statement for himself. I will also say that, I mean, you know, yes, Gangplank is a carry champion, but Gangplank has more utility for his team even when he's not there, and just even in general, to be completely honest. So, like, Eddie Boy, I guess, still picked a champion that indexes somewhat into helping the team, whereas Aatrox is pretty much just a 1v1 side lane champion, but he is getting the opportunity to do this in this game. And I mean, you know, one of the things that I think helped IDE in some of the previous games was that even if this Gangplank were to fall behind, they had the Cassiopeia to sit in the side lane. Even to some extent, the Victor can clear the waves pretty well, but now Varus is not going to side lane very well against Aatrox, and neither is Eddie Boy on this Gangplank, as we've already seen. So that creates a little bit of an interesting situation as far as dealing with Marshall. And a big part of it's just going to be jungle attention, as Rejected Anu has properly identified. We might see a 1v2.
We might see a 1v2 as Marshall walking through this alcove here. Rejected Anu and Eddie Boy looking to punish this darkened champion. The cannon barrage comes out, flash from Marshall, flash from Rejected Anu. Whack, whack, whack with the Q sweet spot there connecting. Marshall goes down. Eddie Boy gets the kill. But there's more action on the Rift. BKP taken as well. You take my top laner, I take your mid.
Yeah, nice job by Dorado. Some of the earlier games, they have kind of struggled with trading objectives, with IDE kind of being the team to watch on that. But here they do a nice job identifying what's going on, going in the mid lane, using that Shurima Shuffle.
to pick up XBKP, who has been very, very vulnerable, as we talked about. Redacted 0-3-0 right now on this Varus, looking to do maybe some kind of on-hit AP build. Looks like here with the Nashor's Tooth components being built up, but it's 15 minutes into the game. We're not even seeing all 3 parts of that item. That's not even his mythic item, and it is going to be a long time until this Varus is relevant in this game outside of his R button.
Absolutely a long time before this Varus is relevant. Yeah, besides the chain of corruptions there from PKP, this pick might just come back to bite ID Eclipse in the ass here, as Mushai is currently working on this bot lane turret. Eddie Boy now using the lane swap to, of course, stop the abuse that he has been put under from Marshall here. Even with the assistance of his jungler, it's rejected anew, finds King What's-His-Face in this bush, who just face walks into it blindly. The Dazzle connects, Cosmic Radiance rejected anew, gets out, and that was a solo bolo. Okay, with the assistance of Ward Box there, but basically a solo kill from the jungler there of ID Eclipse.
Yeah, nice work by Rejected anew, knowing that he has Ward Box back there to add that Dazzle, which was critical in ensuring the kill there to King What's-Its-Face. And so now they are going to additionally pick up the Rift Herald as part of this. And crucially, this time there will not be any trade back from Dorado. We can see Eddie Boy able to get away there on the top side when he was under pursuit from Marshall. So down in the bot lane, checking in on both of these AD carries, Caitlyn has completed the Gale Force. Again, for Dorado, I mean, we'll see if this ends up having a big impact on the game. They might just have enough damage. Caitlyn just doesn't necessarily have to be the hard carrier or anything in these fights, but I do think Caitlyn's in this weird position right now. I don't really know what her place is here.
In a weird position, Mushai and Espresso punish Eddie Boy once again. Rejected anew next on the menu. The Gale Force Caitlyn, by the way, as the ace in the hole does what it's intended to do. Sniped by Mushai. 2-1-1 on the Caitlyn. Rejected anew goes down. DoG New are ready to push us to a game 5.
They are definitely working on it here, as they are going to start smacking down onto this Mountain Dragon. That already here at 1750 puts them on Soul Point. They're not that far ahead in gold, just a little bit over 2K, but unlike game 1 Redacted, where there was always sort of that feeling that as long as the Nexus wasn't dead, there was the potential for that Wombo combo from IDE. That's not really the way that this team comp functions that they've drafted this time. Especially given that the Varus, has this on-hit build. You got the Zeri. This is really a team composition that plays the fights pretty slowly. And wants to kite, wants to land these really important skill shots with the barrel, with the chains of corruption. So not kind of those win conditions when you're behind as much for IDE. And yeah, I mean, unless they're able to make something change and really open my eyes to this team composition Redacted, I would say that this is the first game of the series where I feel like the draft has maybe would maybe be the biggest factor in who won or lost the game. It's not over, but if it continues the way it does.
Yeah, we'll see if it's a draft give, as Eddie Boy is going to go down again. They have decided you do not get to play this game. And they just keep punishing this top laner here. I wonder how much gold he's worth now at this point. And Marshall hasn't even been punished much at this time. I mean, he stayed in the top lane despite the fact that Eddie Boy was sent in the bot lane. He should find Rejected anew in his bush. He does find him, but he just walks it out as Rejected anew steals that blue buff and continues about his way. We're now seeing pings on the blue side of ID Eclipse's map here, as King What's-His-Face is working, on that bot lane turret there.
Yep. And now we wait, I guess. No, I think that
probably they're going to try to continue just setting up Marshall in the side lane. I mean, as you said, well, yeah, he hasn't necessarily been challenged a ton. Rejected Anew has definitely been up into that top lane more than Espresso has in this game, and Marshall has done a nice job of staving that off to some extent. Did end up dying to at least one of those ganks, but if you're able to make the enemy team invest enough time such that your own team can make something happen, then that is not a problem. And Marshall has been fulfilling that condition in this game, which didn't necessarily seem to be the case in the last game, whether it was the team not getting stuff done or Marshall being a little bit too out of position. That's something that is adjusted coming into this one. And I mean, once again, I keep going back to the fact that these Dorado players look comfortable on these champions they're playing. They look like they know what they're doing and how to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Els has rejected Anew, finds Espresso Lightning Crash from the Zeri here. Bubster. Ooh, oh, Spectator, are you kidding me? Okay, as we wait for the Spectator to catch up. Gonna wait a little bit longer. There it is. Cosmic Radiance coming out. The Chains of Corruptions connect as well. DoG Marshall in between the Zeri and the Varus here. The Empress Divide goes wide and does nothing. Mushai trying to do the best she can, but will not be able to get anything. Bubster finally goes down, and King What's His Face is the only one left alive from DoG New. And Eddie Boy's on the retreat. The burn, he's ticking, but it's not enough. Eddie Boy gets out alive. It's a 4 for 4 for both sides.
4 for 4 and 4 for 4, and even though Eddie Boy is the last one alive, for ID Eclipse, we saw right there who the most important, who the most powerful member it was. It was Bubster on this Zeri, just absolutely tearing through the enemy team. Remember, Zeri got that early kill. They got that kill early on. She still is very strong at this time. I don't mean to interrupt,
but look at Bubster's build.
Interesting choice, definitely, to go with the Essence Reaver. That's definitely not something we see very often, but that could be kind of with some of the newer changes that they made to Zeri, something that's a little bit more popular. And also, I know that, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just based on the fact that he got that giant bump of gold. Felt like he could itemize towards that right away, and it would just give him a huge burst of power. Unfortunately, we don't have Riot Chains here for expert ADC itemization.
But we have Daydream in Twitch chat.
That's true. Yeah, come on, do my job, please. Please, please, please. I can't read Twitch chat right now, though, but hopefully Daydream is explaining to everyone.
He said sounds bad.
Oh, yeah. It does. That's kind of like my, that's kind of my gut reaction, I guess. But who knows? Hey, like I said, I'm not an AD player in particular, so I'm not as sure about, ADC itemization, as opposed to other roles. So, maybe it's really good right now. We'll see. Obviously, if it works out and Bubster carries the game, then it works. And if he doesn't, carry the game, then it's terrible and no one should ever build it. So.
Oh no, definitely interesting build as well. Just given the Kraken Slayer, so obviously Bubster really wants that true damage. He's opting for the true damage more so than the survivability that Zeri typically has with that Immortal Shield Bow. As we see the teams getting ready for this Drake fight, and Bubster, as well as a Wardbox already down, both supports, Blobby, DoG Marshall in the backline doing so much damage, takes down one of the range carries. BKB is next, Mushai with the snipe, and DoG New. Why ID Eclipse, they get the ace, and they're now going to work on this Baron.
And it is just so clean there for Dorado, losing the sacrificial Amumu, but who cares? That's Amumu's job to jump into the team fight and die, and they are going to go straight onto the Baron. That is their prize, on top of the fact that they have collected the Mountain Soul, which makes them so difficult to kill. And, ID, it's difficult here because, on the one hand, this game is not over. You still kind of have that maybe that hope and that prayer that somehow Bubster is able to pretty much, pentakill through the enemy team, if he can get a Taric ult on his back at the right time or something like that. But you also kind of start thinking about the next game if it does happen, right? Because that seems more than likely in sort of how you're gonna
Wake up,
adjust in the
Elsa.
draft.
We got almost 100 people watching this game right now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, hello everyone, I'm tired. But yeah, how can they adjust the draft? I mean, really it's kind of, I mean, don't pick Varus mid. I mean, I know there was a lot of bans towards BKB, but surely there's something other than Varus, something a little bit safer, more stable than Varus that could have been picked up here, because it just, I feel like it was meant to sort of be like this flex pick that, you know, threw off Dorado, but it didn't really seem like that was the case. I mean, it didn't throw us off. So I don't know, but here's Dorado trying to get into the base, pushing down the turrets, doing the thing.
Indeed, Eddie Boy was looking for a flank, but will now just recall back into his base as DoG knew take the middle inhibitor turret here. They're now rotating towards this bot lane tier 2 turret, more than likely looking at the inhibitor turret next. Elder Drake is spawning in 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Honestly, I didn't even notice when they took Soul. Because there's just been so much action, we didn't even really pay attention to the actual Drakes here, the Drake stacking, and we're already on Elders at 25 minutes into the game. As the Cannon Barrage comes out, and we'll just clear out the minions temporarily, but the siege continues.
And they're gonna use the Gangplank barrels to clear out the waves here, but it's only, I mean, it's not even gonna get them all. It's just gonna get that first wave, and now they still have the Baron missions to push in. I mean, you know, again, really they need to try to set up some way for Bubster to get through the enemy team, but it's not like a Misfortune ultimate where it can just spray over the top and kill everyone at once. You know, it takes a long time, and I just feel like before Bubster would be able to even kill all the members of Dorado New, likely the rest of the team would just be dead already. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. This game is Dorado Gaming's news game to lose. Wow, say that 5 times fast. This is news games to lose here, as ID Eclipse certainly on the back foot, almost a 10k gold deficit. And you know, like, if you're ID Eclipse, it's not over yet, but I'm sure you're probably thinking to yourself, all right guys, this one might be done. What are we gonna look at for game 5 here? Like, how do we start prepping for game 5?
Yeah, and I mean, I think, again, I mean, I think that they want to find the scaling damage in the mid lane. Clearly.
Oh, ward box. Wow, flash. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to mess with it. They know that if one of them gets caught, it is more than likely just going to lead to the rest of them. Or, I mean, you know, if one of them gets caught, if the Tark in particular, honestly, if they don't have the Cosmic Radiance, they definitely can't fight the fight. And I think, you know, Dorado, while they are obviously moving quite slowly here, it makes sense. You know, this is, their lives are on the line here in the CCS. If they lose, they do go home loser. This series will be eliminated.
Projected anew, almost blasted off the surface of the rift. The lightning crash as well, as ID Eclipse dissuaded Dorado Gaming New from taking that inhibitor turret just for about 30 seconds or less, and they're already on the siege once again here. Bubster, though, using that extendo beam to poke out DoG New quite a bit.
Oh,
the poke, it's doing so much damage, and DoG New will have to retreat for the time being. That is the right call. Good move, because you do not want to throw your lead here.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to throw their lead here, and they didn't throw it, as far as nobody's died, but, you know, hey, just like we said game 1, it didn't end up working out. I know their team composition isn't the same as far as, you know, their ability to do a lot of AoE damage, but as more items just end up getting picked up, there are strong scaling options for ID Eclipse. The Zeri now has Infinity Edge completed, has also picked up an extra crit cloak there. And then, you know, Gangplank as well does scale, so strong lead here for Dorado New. But that is, you know, always a question. But Elder Drake spawning, gonna cause a fight.
Elder Drake is spawning and rejected, and is already dead. The jungler for ID Eclipse is down. Lightning Crash from Buster. Dog Marshall once again shepherding the AD carries of ID Eclipse, and they already wiped off the face of the rift here. Dorado Gaming New have claimed game 4. Dorado Gaming New are taking us to a game 5. Dorado Gaming New will not go silently into the night.
And if they do anything well, it is stick around.
They're the cockroach that won't die.
They just will not die. They stay alive. Even after dying to the level 1 Kulzeri, they still managed to pick up the victory here in Game 4 for Dorado Gaming New, determined to stamp Iridescent Dawn as an organization out of CCS here.
God.
Remember, ID Eclipse is the last hope for the winners of both of our lock-in tournaments here to start the split. So, yeah, I mean, you know, and I think for ID Eclipse here, coming into the playoffs especially, but even coming into this series, I don't think they ever would have imagined themselves being pushed into this position, you know, backs against the wall. Silver scrapes game 5, and only one can move on.
Also, this is gonna be kind of BM, but I have to say this. I see why Chelsea didn't want to cast this series.
Yeah, Chelsea's too smart. Yeah, she knows. Chelsea always knows. I mean, hey, I'm not gonna lie. You know, yeah. I'm not even gonna finish what I was saying. But we see the WCs in the chat, well deserved after the abuse that she endured earlier this game. So we got to take a break in between games.
Yeah, we're gonna cut to break, and we'll be right back for the conclusion of this wonderful series. ID Eclipse versus Dorado Gaming New. Winner takes all. Who's it gonna be? We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. He- Hello, everybody. We are back here for our Game 5 draft. ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming New. We're already hot into picks and bans here. Seraphine Graves Swain for ID Eclipse. Shavana, Cassiopeia, and Hecarim for Dog News. So these bands have not changed much. Um, Misfortune once again showing her wonderful red hair for the side of the Bubster there. And Dog New considering the Emperor of Shurima once again for King What's Its Face. I believe they will lock it in, and it is locked in here. So Elsa, thoughts on how you think our Game 5 draft will go, and any other comments you want to talk about for Game 4? Because I know we kind of skipped over it pretty quick. Ooh, Jin.
Yeah, wow. Okay, interesting. So, gonna see something different here with the Jin being locked in. I know that that is something that definitely does get favored a little bit more against the Misfortune. I think primarily because of the range that Jin has and kind of strength in the lane phase as well. So Caitlyn was, I mean, it did work out obviously for Muchai against the Zeri, but taking it a different direction, which is interesting to see. I mean, I think that one element of the Jin that is always sort of unique with an AD carry is that he does have that W to kind of provide that additional root and CC, and even the ultimate as well. The curtain call can kind of set up a lot of zone control in engaging fights. So I like kind of involving Muchai in that aspect. But here for IDE, something that is interesting for me with this Diana being taken is that Rek'Sai was banned away in, I believe, at least 3 of the games. Was banned away from IDE. It might have been banned in actually every.
It was
Yeah, I
banned
think it
in
was
every
banned in
game
every
except for
other
this
game.
one
So
now.
it does go
Yeah.
through, but they decide not to take it. So clearly a pocket pick there from Rejected Anew. But the Diana, I mean, hey, the Diana going back to that one makes sense. Looked really, really good in the what was second game? I don't know. There's been so many games, but in the
Yeah.
second game, it looked really good, and he looked really comfortable finding those engages. Here for Dorado New, they in this situation last when they were against the Diana last time, they banned the Yasuo, but because they know that it's Victor mid lane, they don't have to worry about that Diana Yasuo combo. So it does give them a little bit more flexibility to
Ooh,
fade
you
it
never
away.
know. Eddie Boy could go Yasuo top, but highly
Yeah,
unlikely,
that's
right?
true. But I mean, I feel like the Yasuo Diana, the Yasuo mid is particularly good with it just because
Yeah.
you have that ability to kind of get to those objectives a little bit more, like especially the dragon fights early on when you want those together. But I mean, it gives Marshall like the ability to just ban out two champions that he does not want to play Aatrox against. And I feel like what's happening is Eddie Boy is being pushed back towards the gangplank here. Remember, he was comfortable 2 games in a row, comfortable first just totally blind picking it, and then picking it into this Aatrox. So, or actually, I mean, it was blind picking it twice. So, but was comfortable blind picking it before.
Mhm.
So it would make sense for him to feel comfortable blind picking it again, but it would also make sense for him to not feel comfortable, given that he got whipped up a little bit in that last one. But the Amumu coming through again, it did work out pretty well for Dorado. Actually, I felt like I liked the kind of tank engage support a lot more for Dorado than I did the Enchanter supports. Renata Glosk is definitely a hard counter though to some of these
engage supports if it can be played properly is the thing. I hear a lot of people talk about how Renata Gloss it's a hard counter to Nautilus and a Mumu, and it's like, well, if you get bandage toss and just get one shot, it's not really a it can't really do anything about that. But we'll see how well that one is piloted.
Absolutely. As sticks and stones make break bones, but chains and whips do not excite Eddie Boy at all. Because Marshall has been chaining that man multiple times with the Infernal Chains in the top lane here. But like you said, Renata Gloss, with that hostile takeover, all these champions want to barge in. And, all she has to do is brainwash them just for about a good 3 to 5 seconds to cause complete chaos in the back line or in throughout the entire team of Dog New here. And Espresso will be piloting the Trundle once again. So this is our team compositions here from both sides. Sejuani in the hands of Rejected Anew, a champion we have not seen him play in this entire series. So this will be the first time we see Sej. Oh, wait. Never mind. I'm lying. That's a Sedge top for Eddie Boy. Oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah, my fault. So
Yeah.
we still haven't seen him on it either, though.
No, and I mean, what we've talked about throughout this series is how these are two very carry-oriented top laners, which is part of what has made this top lane so exciting. We haven't seen tank champions picked up until now. I think that what it does do if you're Dorado New right now is it gives you, I think, for me, I would be really happy with this actually if I'm Dorado New, because I feel like Marshall actually will have the ability to carry the game potentially, because eventually in the side lane he will be able to just sustain through the Sejuani. With that being said, Sejuani very powerful early on in the game, and Diana is a great jungle complement to Sejuani just because with her passive and that Diana with the being a melee champion, she can help to proc the stun from Sejuani very, very easily. So look for Marshall to definitely have a lot of discipline in this early lane. It is okay for him to fall behind for the first portion of the game if he is able to, not die and still scrap up the majority of the minions and XP, because eventually this Sejuani won't even be able to tickle Aatrox.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. I heard tickle Aatrox and that just it's game 5. I'm
I
tired.
understand. It's very late. You're good.
So yeah. With that being said, here the Jin being locked in for Mushai. I want to talk about the bot lane just a little bit because Mushai, I swear, has now played 3 different champions in this entire 5 game series. Played the Ezreal game 1 and 2. Played the Jinx game 3. Play the Caitlyn game 4, and of course now the Jin here. So definitely has a wide array of champion pool and has been once again the silent carry for Dog New here. We do give a lot of attention to Marshall because of how aggressive he is, but Mushai has been doing a great job, as well as King What's His Face too. Like, let's not get it twisted. Like, they have been doing a good job in getting their team to get to this point. Espresso, as much as he had some very boneheaded plays earlier in the series, they're all doing their part to ensure that we made it here. So now it all comes to the conclusion here. Honestly, if you're ID Eclipse or an ID Eclipse fan, I wonder if you're shocked that we made it this far, and if you're a bit disappointed in ID Eclipse. Because I mean, once again, the stigma and the preconceived notion is like, all right, you guys should be better than Dog New, but Dog New have now taken you to 5 games. You have gotten in the mud, in the trenches with these folks here. So I'm sure at this point right now they don't care as long as they win. But if they do win and they look back on this, they'll probably be like, "Wow, I can't believe it took us 5 games to get there." But for Dog New, they probably just like, "Hey, look, we are the Moonstone Gaming of the Thursday conference. We are the content team. We." Did I lose Elsa?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just falling asleep and also making a face at you saying it's the content. I'm
the content teams are fun until you have to cast one of them, and then you're up until midnight. No, but it's a really fun series. I mean, I'm very excited to see who's going to run away with this game
Who takes
5.
it all?
I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. And it's a very difficult one for me to decide. But you know what? I am going to say that at the end of the day, Bubster back on the misfortune looked really good in the game too. And I think Victor is gonna, or XBKP is gonna turn it around from the other Victor performance. So I am going to take ID Eclipse. I think that they are going to, the result is going to end up being what everybody thought it was, but just the road was a little rockier.
I'm gonna go Dog Nil.
All right.
Yeah, because I just feel like momentum's on their side a bit, and I don't know. I feel like Eddie Boy. I feel like ID Eclipse might be I don't want to say tilted, but I think there might be a little bit of mental in play here now, right? Like I wish I knew what the chat was saying to each other. I wonder how much mental is coming into play, but obviously I'm not privy to that. But I feel like Dog New have the momentum going into this game 5 here, and I think they might be able. I feel like they might be able to get it done. But we'll see here if that will be the case, as we're going to take a short break as we prepare for this final game of this series here. ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming New. It all comes to an end. I'm excited. We'll be right back.
Feel so out of line every time that you call my name. I want to make your move, but I'm scared to say it. It's taken a while to get this far. I'm caught in the way. It's taken a lot to get this close. We're one and the same. Chasing colors after dark in your heart. I believe in you the way you pull me in. Can't pretend we're a work of art. After dark in your heart. I believe in you the way you pull me in. Can't pretend I'll be chasing colors. so beautiful when you call. Tell me we won't change. I want to make your move, but I'm scared to say it. It's taken a while to get this far. I'm caught in the way. It's taken a lot to get this flow. 'Cause we're one and the same. Chasing colors after dark in your heart. I believe in you the way you pull me in. Can't pretend we're a work of art. After dark in your heart. I believe in you the way you pull me in. Can't pretend.
Welcome back, everyone, for Game 5. ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming New. ID Eclipse on the blue side, Dorado Gaming New on the red side. And we have a wonderful color caster here to join me for Game 5. It's Chelsea. Elsa was too fatigued. He has a family he has to take care of. So Chelsea has volunteered to step in here for this wonderful Game 5 shenanigans that we have in the river here, as DoG Marshall will have to flash away, ignite down. Eddie Boy is looking for the kill. Will Marshall be able to escape? He's walking away. Eddie Boy gets the slow. Marshall will be able to escape for the time being. Everyone retreats and keeps their lives for now. Chelsea, thoughts?
Oh, that was an absolute banger of an invade. Blobby and the rest of Dorado Gaming knew going in, staking their tournament lives on display. They thought ID Eclipse would not be ready, but ID Eclipse, they read the play perfectly, stacked all 5 members into a bush. Unfortunately for both teams, no one was able to get a kill, but the Summoner trade is favored for ID Eclipse, only losing Eddie Boy's Ignite to DoG Marshall, Espresso, and Blobby's Flash. And to be honest, Eddie Boy isn't going to be soloing Marshall anytime soon, so I don't think he's going to miss that Ignite.
Definitely not. Definitely will not miss the Ignite there, as Espresso getting the blue buff here with the leash. Blobby and Mushai now heading towards their lane. Oh, both junglers released on the bot side of the map here. So once again, we're gonna see some contest for the top lane scuttle here, as both those junglers pass towards the top side. Perhaps we'll see a top lane gank as well. Particularly from the side of Rejected Anew onto Marshall, because Marshall this whole time has been the top father against this top laner here.
I mean, you have to consider, though, the champions that these junglers are playing. Rejected Anew on the Diana. Full clear jungler doesn't really want to do anything before level 6. She can, use her Lunar Rush to, make a play if someone's overextended. But compared to this Trundle, you can see that Trundle already taken 2 camps, blue Grump, looking for the red now, going for the 3 camp clear. Wants to path towards top to pressure with Marshall. And Rejected Anew is just sort of pathing just to protect against a 3 camp. We see that Rejected Anew sitting in the bush right now, popping the sweeper. Maybe he's looking for a 3 camp of his own. Espresso is not there. Rejected Anew
here with the Lunar Rush, the dash, the stun as well. Permafrost, first blood for ID Eclipse. The top and jungle get it done.
Yeah, I forgot there wasn't play-by-play again, but Espresso definitely caught unawares. Didn't expect Diana, the full clear jungler, to go.
There's some action in the bot lane here. Blobby and Mushai. Oh, more action as well in the jungle. Rejected Anew, flash away. Espresso finds himself alone in the river. The pillar has been launched. Espresso goes down. A bit too over aggressive. I'm unsure what his train of thought was there, though. But once again, Mushai and Blobby did get a kill in the bot lane, though, punishing the side of ID Eclipse's bot lane.
Yeah, we can see the bot lane matchup going very much exactly how it's... I don't want to say exactly how it's expected to go, but Jhin definitely able to match MF in terms of lane control early. Generally the only use of Jhin on the current patch is to play it into MF and then draft a bunch of melee divers to pop Jhin W with. But we see Jhin already, having a bit of a farm lead, and that's going to increase once Jhin catches this wave that's crashing. But you see a play might be happening in the mid lane.
Play might be happening in the mid lane indeed. Gravity Well goes wide. Espresso is just trapped into it. And BKB will expend his flash, though. Did have to get away from that bandage toss from Blobby. Eddie Boy and Rejected Anew. They have decided, Marshall, you do not get to play the early game, but Marshall will be able to get one back. Rejected Anew goes down.
Yeah, definitely. Marshall not expecting this Diana to be up here, and to be honest, who would? Diana definitely deviating from the normal game plan you see players use on that champion, but Rejected Anew is definitely succeeding. However, it was traded back 1-for-1 on the back of that play, while the wave crash does happen and it is an ID player's play. Marshall definitely very happy to get some of that gold back into his pockets. And eventually Rejected Anew is going to not be in that top lane, and that Aatrox is going to have that gold and going to have that combat advantage into Sejuani.
Yeah, absolutely. And that combat advantage, well, I mean, as we've seen the entire series, and I'm sure you've seen for whatever games you've tuned in, Chelsea, that Marshall has had the damage advantage over Eddie Boy for a majority of the series. Aatrox will become a menace. Hopefully, he can become a fed menace that requires more than just one champion's attention and create a pressure point for the side of DoG in the side lane here. As we see, Rejected Anew has passed towards the bot lane. There is currently no vision, so they don't know he's here. He's calling, no, he is not. Blobby gets the bandage toss, and the deadly flourish from Jin does not connect with the stun, only some damage down. ID Eclipse will retreat for the time being. Espresso now waiting in the wings in case they were looking for a repeat attack.
Yeah, Rejected Anew very, very good on the timing so far. Already, impacts the top lane and then sees that the bot lane wave is stacking up, wants to be there to defend against the crash, and does go for a 2-for-1 flash trade in favor of ID Eclipse. So while these kills aren't happening as fast, these summoners are being blown, come early team fights. This is advantages that ID Eclipse has already accrued. You see them hovering around this dragon. Most likely, neither team's gonna start it, but there might be a little skirmish for river control.
Correct. Ocean Drake, first Drake on the board here. We've kind of seen it go back and forth this entire series where like one team pretty much has dominant control over the Drake and the other team is just like, okay, whatever. And a few times they have both decided, you know what, we want to fight for these. But currently at this time being, Rejected Anew just gets the Scuttle Crab for some vision around this Drake. Espresso once again here. Blobby connects the Deadly Flourish as well. The stun Blobster has been ignited, and Blobster with the steroid there will not be able to get the kill. Wait, no, will not be able to get the kill. Mushai goes down though, expends the cleanse a bit too late. Espresso now on the retreat. Blobby already far enough near his turret there, as Rejected Anew is helping now with the push in the bot lane here.
Yeah, the Renata W, while it doesn't get the revive off, gives Bubster that extra health bar just to be annoying and force Dorado New to put their damage into that Jhin. And because they had to, take so much time to do it, Rejected Anew able to get the conversion kill onto the Flash Jhin. And that does make it a 1-for-1 with the wave crash again in favor of ID Eclipse. We see gold already about 1.3k lead for ID Eclipse. Most of this gold advantage is on this Diana. Diana probably going to go Nashor, Sunfire, standard tank conquer Diana build. Going to be a menace. Going to require, big DPS. And that really has to come from like King What's-His-Face from Ranger. Maybe when Diana jumps in, just take some Trundle lethal tempo to the face, but the Jin's not really going to be able to kill this tank Diana. Aatrox probably going to be going for the backline anyway, so Dorado Gaming need to figure out how to get enough gold on their champions to deal with the game plan that ID Eclipse has laid out for themselves.
Absolutely, as we see Marshall once again once again putting the pressure on Eddie Boy here, as King What's-His-Face and BKP were expending ultimates in the mid lane here. King What's-His-Face forcing BKP to retreat. Rejected Anew is here though to assist. Marshall on the flank. World Ender has been proc. The dash and Furnace Chains do not connect. Gravity Well keeps Marshall in the tank though. Blobby connects, the bandage takes because Rejected Anew was able to slay King What's-His-Face. Rejected Anew will flash away. The Glacial Prison connects. Eddie Boy saves his jungler. ID Eclipse retreat. 1-for-1 for both teams.
Very, very close fight. Again, another 1-for-1 we see with Rejected Anew getting the kill and slipping out. See, Marshall hitting the Rift Herald, doesn't want to fully commit to starting it. Does have first move back onto the top lane, but it's a common theme. Yes, Dorado Gaming is getting kills, but Diana is being funneled. All of this gold 4-1-1. Rejected needs to be the one for ID Eclipse to carry because the rest of the team's not ahead as we see potentially a deadly trap being set for Mushai in the bot lane.
Oh, Mushai! The handshake doesn't connect, but there's still enough damage. Actually, the handshake does connect. I'm sorry, that was the loyalty program. Blobby, though, is here to assist and save his bot laner, but it's not enough. Buster is able to get the takedown. Mushai goes down. That's another kill on the Misfortune.
Definitely, with Blobby constantly on this roam timer, ID Eclipse's bot lane recognizes the window to do what Mushai ended up doing to their top laner back in game 4. These bush traps very deadly in the bot lane, and especially in crucial game 5 like this, you just don't want to be caught lacking.
You don't want to be caught lacking at all, as BKB might be the next one on the menu. Gravity will not dissuade Espresso from dashing further. BKP will have to flash out Chaos Storm, dissuades Dorado New from pushing any further, and BKP just walks right back into lane. Espresso now looking in his blue side jungle here, as Rejected Anew and Wardbox are also prepping for this Ocean Drake. Oh, he launched this Riptail right there. I wonder if he was about to time out.
Probably wasn't about to time out, or maybe soon enough. I don't remember how fast that respawn was taken, but this Rift Turtle is being used to keep King What's-His-Face in lane, preventing any angle for Dorado Gaming New to flank around on this dragon. He gets plates for BKP, and that plate gold also is split halfway with the Diana, who currently the only champion in the game sitting on her mythic. Definitely funneling this Diana to get her ahead.
Belt too.
Rocket Belt Diana, so not going to be the tank Diana, instead going for this L9 one-shot Diana. I can respect it. I don't know if it's good, but I can respect it.
I mean, it's game 5, Chelsea. It's typically Sunfire Diana now, but I mean, it's game 5. Your playoff lives are on the line, as well as your Discord reputation, right? For ID Eclipse.
That's the only important thing, to be honest.
You already know if they lose this, Trash Talk is going to have a feast on their corpse, especially after that copy pasta from Wardbox, as BKP is able to take down King What's-His-Face with the assistance of Rejected Anew. Espresso gets the kill Retribution. Oh my goodness, look at him thwacking this Lethal Temple with the red buff burn. Double kill for Espresso here.
Definitely, that is gold that you need to collect. Ideally, it would not be going on to the tank Trundle, of course, but Trundle, even, no matter what build he's going to be a dominant force in this early game, and it's going to be on Espresso now to take this advantage that he's been given as. Hold on.
Takeover connects. Mushai will be able to cleanse it out, leaves Blobby for dead. Bubster uses the Curse of the Sad Mummy to keep the bot lane in place. Curtain Call now activated. Bubster body blocking for Wardbox here. It's enough damage right now that he's not afraid of taking those shots. ID Eclipse get one in the bot lane.
All of these matchups have been so volatile. As we see Bubster and Wardbox, they are looking for more. They are looking to put Mushai in jail, as we see King What's-His-Face very, very fancy feat to get himself out of that Diana play. Looks like, judging via mini-map, Mushai is not going to fall for the bait again, and wave's going to be reset back to neutral. As we take a second now, see all of these plays that have been happening, makes me wonder. Let's look at everyone's splashes. BKP's splash is halfway done, Bubster's splash is halfway done. Everything else is up except obviously for the no flash Sejuani, but these two squishy characters, this MF, this Victor, now suddenly so much more vulnerable to getting Trundle pillared. Cypher Espresso does have that flash available if he wants to make a play somewhere on the map, and I feel like he should be looking for something. He has that Frostfire Gauntlet complete, and he is, currently one of the strongest members on Dorado Gaming New in this current map state. He needs to bridge the gap, get this Azir, get this Jhin, get this Aatrox to their items, and sort of take the tempo of the game back into New's hands.
Absolutely, Chelsea. You make a very great point here, as Drake will be spawning in about 2 minutes. It should not be an Ocean Drake again. A small Indian company is trolling us. I think maybe that's the Hextech Drake, and I know it just tweaks on the icon from time to time.
Sounds like the Hextech Drake, to be honest.
So, as Espresso apparently got a solo kill on BKB in the mid lane. Rejected Anew uses the Lunar Rush with the Moonfall, but it misses, and Dog Marshall is able to just trick the top lane side of ID Eclipse here, and you know,
That's what I was saying. BKP, no flash on that Victor, and Espresso finds his time to strike.
this
Doesn't
Trundle's
even
going
have
crazy.
doesn't even have to burn his own flash. Gets the full wave crash and is going to steal about half of that tower's HP once the TP comes through. And then all of these kills are going on to Espresso, and he is doing what he can to convert on the rest of the map. But eventually, he's going to need to keep doing more. He is not going to be the 1v9 carry that Dorado Gaming needs to win this. He is Frostfire Anathema's Trundle. He's I mean, I'm not saying it's the wrong build. It's definitely what he needs to do with this team comp, but he needs to make sure that gold is going on to his carries. Even, you know, him getting that full wave, obviously King had to recall for tempo, but there needs to be a team fight there potentially around this dragon, as we see both teams setting up control wards in the river for either side. Bubster and Wardbox, though, going for a bit of a late recall. It is 35 seconds before the Drake's coming up. That means Dorado Gaming New are going to have first tempo into the river. Taking what's his face with Blobby on the hover, going to try and contest this mid wave. Espresso as well, hovering around mid, looking to push through that lane, even though they do have their control wards in the bot side. And look at how dark it is for the side of ID Eclipse. They are walking into nothing, and we'll see if New play to punish. They aren't necessarily setting up some sort of a death bush. We see Muchai still pushing the way. Bubster has to answer that. She didn't check out the tri bush, but we see King and Blobby walking in there, claiming their territory, getting that aggressive control ward. Muchai setting up her traps on the bot side of the dragon.
Yeah, bot side of the dragon indeed, as we're seeing pings coming out on the top side of the river here. King what's his face and BKP are staring each other off in the mid lane. Eddie Boy in that bush above, and the rest of ID Eclipse flanking from the bottom side of the river. It's just currently a standoff, as DoG New do not want to look for a fight just yet. Marshall has now TP'd in. The Drake has been aggroed by Bubster there. But I think DoG New want to look for an engage first. They will find it. Banish Toss connects onto Eddie Boy here. The Deadly Flourish as well. Eddie Boy has been rooted up, but nothing of purchase just yet.
Diana.
Curtain call. Diana has been found. Eddie Boy in the middle. Dark Marshall has been warding the rest of the Nala house. I'll take away as well. The bullet time lobby has almost been chunked out. Well, Espresso in the middle, and Espresso's caught first. Rejected into with the bailout, looking for the reset. He will get it. The jungler of ID Eclipse lives, and another one goes down for DoG New. Espresso's down. Marshall, his face is down. That is an ace for ID Eclipse, and they will get the Hex Tech Drake.
That is a clean 5-0 ace on ID Eclipse on the back of a very, very clutch bailout. They were not able to kill the Diana before the resets came through, and then Bubster was able to just take over the rest of the fight. There was no reset for the World Ender. There was no reset for DoG New. Bubster now 5-2 and 3, able to pick up Lobby on the back of that double up. We saw the corner of the fight. Muchai ended up gale forcing the Q into the Mumu, and suddenly all of that tempo that Espresso was gaining for DoG New has been shattered in an instant. We see bounties available soon. That's going to be 5k gold lead for the side of ID Eclipse so far.
Absolutely, 5k, I'm sorry, bounties for the side of ID Eclipse. 200 on the Victor here, 400 on Misfortune. The carries for ID Eclipse are online and thriving. Look at that Victor build. That's the type of Victor build I wanted to see from BKP or any other Victor throughout this series. You're going Leandries and then right into the death cap there, the full damage, so that way when they pop the Chaos Storm, the squishies run for their lives. As we have a slight pause here. I think it's a spectator. Did someone pause in game? Or is it just a spectator delay pause? It looks like that was weird. Anyway, we're back. Marshall and Eddie Boy once again are just facing off in this top lane here. As we look on the mini map there, we see the bot lane has now rotated toward the mid lane, and the mid laners of course are in the bot lane. Espresso is here, but should have, I don't think he was spotted out by the Scribe's Bloom, and now Eddie Boy is going to be punished here. Marshall and Espresso are flanking him. He will hit the blast plant. Arctic Assault away. Okay, as the Trundle Pillar comes out, but Eddie Boy is able to live.
Eddie Boy with the movement, making great strides in this game, this time not dying to the Aatrox. As 0-0 and 7, you know, playing tank duty very well, and that's time off the map that Dorado Gaming knew haven't been able to claw back a lead in. The rest of the map is in a stalemate, but we see Rejected Anew going to make a play bot lane, going to break this outer turf, potentially going to drop that Herald on the inner as well. King What's His Face alone as Deer might not be able to handle, defending all of this on his own. The rest of his team is trying to siege into this MF Renata, but they just don't really have the DPS to break the tower. MF ulti gonna call the wave, and that is all of Espresso's bot side going to be taken. We see the curtain call though.
They want it. They're looking for Espresso, Blobby, and King What's His Face on the attack, on the aggressive front here, but they will be dissuaded by the BKP laser there, and they will retreat for the time being. Curtain call, the only ultimate expended at this time.
And definitely, Dorado Gaming knew looking for a play. They want to catch ID Eclipse lacking, but they have not been able to find them yet. ID Eclipse making it out of every play, making out of the top play, the bot jungle play. They keep going unpunished for their aggressive looks. DoG knew won't be able to get this gold lead under control.
Oh, and Chelsea, while we have some downtime, look at Marshall's build this time, going for the Divine Thunderer instead of the Eclipse here. What are your thoughts on that build?
Man, I don't play top lane. I was going to say something, but I don't think it's safe for stream, so I'm going to hold back on that one. But the answer, I don't know. That's an item that's generally good into a tank, so Sejuani is good into tank, so maybe. But it also looks so stupid on my screen that I legitimately don't know.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. I also was wondering if it had to do a bit more with survivability this time. Typically, we did see Marshall with the Eclipse, which is a bit more of a lethality item, a lot more burst AD, but this time he definitely wants to look to try to live a bit longer, as the Divine Thunderer does give a bit more health stats. So but yeah, of course, Sejuani in the top lane as well. You probably want something that's a bit better at busting out these tanks here. So definitely not a bad choice. We'll see how it comes to play out later throughout this game though. And there is currently objective bounties on the board here for DoG New. They are 7k behind in terms of the total gold here, and if observers or production, sorry, if you could just show us the gold right now at this time being, while the next Rift Herald has been launched, it will be approaching the mid lane here, and we see where that gold is. Of course, once again, it is on the three champions of the icons there for ID Eclipse, surely being launched here, and DoG New, yeah, you do not want to contest this. At least that Drake here, Rift Herald here. I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. Go ahead and take out Shirley for the time being.
You are right though, they are not going to contest the Drake, but we see Pinks and DoG New going to the Baron. Look at ID Eclipse though, they realize this play is happening and immediately all turn around.
Yep.
They're going to just rush the dragon, but look at them, they cleared out midway.
King will find it, and that will be the catch of the sad morning as the bullet time connects as well. The moonfall, and DoG New, Marshall, and Mushai on the retreat. The hostile takeover. Marshall, Mushai with the curtain call. That is the wrong play at this time being, because ID Eclipse are right in your face. Marshall, Espresso, and Mushai on the retreat. They're gonna give over the ADC as tribute. Marshall and Espresso on the retreat. They will get out, but ID Eclipse claim 3. ID Eclipse will claim the Baron as well.
Dorado Gaming New forgot to hit the Misfortune. They burned all of their giant AoE CC dive abilities. The Illumina the Kazir flash ulti, and they forgot to hit the Misfortune. And Bubster gets a bullet time for the ages. Tearing through the health bar. Dorado Gaming New.
Oh man, 8-2-3 on the Misfortune here. Chelsea, okay, if you're Dorado Gaming New, what do you look for here to try and get back into this game? Because it's looking very dire now. It's a 10k gold deficit.
I think you start by hitting the Misfortune with one of those type of plays. I respect the attempt, but it was executed extremely poorly.
Absolutely, absolutely. King What's His Face looking for the hero play, was only able to find one. I'm not even sure who he got because it happened so quickly. But I think it was, no, it wasn't rejected. No, I don't know. Anyway, besides the point. Moving on. Dorado Gaming New are in dire straits at this time being. Marshall has not had the top lane carrying performance that we have seen from him right now. He hasn't been that silent lane menace just due to the better team coordination play from ID Eclipse here. Oh, Mushai has been called out by BKB, the Chaos Storm as well. Mushai is ticking. Will be able to escape just barely. Look at that build path from BKB coming out, doing so much more damage. Imagine if he had prioritized Zanya's first instead of working on that hat. So this Victor is online and is truly a scary threat that you do not want to find in a 1v1. If you're one of the squishies, of course, particularly the Jin for DoG.
Yeah, Victor with the snazzy cap knows that there's multiple targets. If BKB gets, flashed on, comboed, one shot like it did in the last fight, it doesn't matter. He has an 8-2 Misfortune ready to carry the team fight. BKB going for maximum poke, maximum damage, maximum pain.
Inferno chains connect. Oh, rejected news, knocked backwards, but the bullet time comes in as well. Espresso just tickled. Hostile takeover does nothing. Marshall now looking for it. Oh, the pillar interrupts Eddie Boy, and they will take down the Sejuani. DoG New have found the pick. They're looking for more. Rejected the news so low, but they pursed out Marshall. ID Eclipse trade 1-for-1, and now will they attack the top lane inhibitor for the time being? The answer is no. BKP will just clear out these minions here with the death ray, and ID Eclipse will retreat and reset for another attack on the Rift.
Yeah, Marshall inted it. I don't really know what else to call that. Marshall, I mean, this is game 5, you're down 10k gold, you have to look for something, but unfortunately, that was just not the play. Any
BKP
momentum
is
that
now inting.
Oh.
Why did he not retreat faster?
What's the way,
Espresso. Okay. Oh, good job, Espresso.
Never punish. Never punish. I mean, BKP does have the flash up, does have the Chaos Storm, and more importantly, does have a Diana in his right pocket. Might have been a bit ill-advised for Dorado Gaming New to pursue that play any further, but if things keep going the way they are, ID Eclipse is going to clear out Dorado Gaming New's base after the next team fight. It was a good fight though. Like at the start, before Marshall absolutely turbo ran it down. It was a really good fight. They pretty much nullified the effectiveness of this bullet time. And if you get hit by a good bullet time, it's over for you, right? Infinity Edge completed. Most of those waves are going to be dealing increased crit damage from this Misfortune, and just don't have the luxury to walk into MF bullet time as they have so many times this series. They're going to have to learn, and we will have to see if they can make a miracle happen. Every single fight is getting harder and harder for New to find an angle, but speaking of angle, okay, there's no angle. I thought it was going to do a really good transition into play-by-play casting, and then Marshall just left, man. They're not giving me anything to work with here.
Well, we still thank you for coming in anyway, but at the time being, of course, ID Eclipse are looking for this Inferno Drake here. They're gaining priority on the Rift, pushing out the mid lane. Eddie Boy pushing out the bot lane here. Blobby and Espresso trying to clear out the vision in their blue side of the jungle to limit what ID Eclipse knows is coming towards them. There's still one control ward left though here though, right there in that bush. So they will have an inkling if DoG New are on that side of the river here. Oh, actually 2 control wards. There's another one on the other side. My mistake.
Look at them. Look at them sitting there menacingly.
Yeah, literally, they're just chilling here, waiting for someone to walk for it. They're asking for it.
But surely we know that New is just gonna play on mid wave. We can just sit in the other bush with a control ward, and then New just dies, right? Surely we're okay. We have given them river, I guess. I mean, they're gonna die. They're Diana's just gonna flash ult, and then MF's gonna ult, right? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're going for the long con. I can respect this, but they need to make sure the rest of their team doesn't get sandwiched. Oh, they're getting sandwiched.
Okay,
look at this. This is the whole ass Oreo.
Espresso finds Bubster. The Bubster is by himself. But look at, it's a fight on multiple fronts. Espresso in the middle of 3, he's gonna go down. Blobby and Eddie Boy are fighting each other in the backside of the river here. King what's his face chunking out the Sejuani, but it's not enough damage. Bumster and Warbox now chunking out Marshall, who will use the wall ending here. The bandage toss goes wide. Marshall looking for BKP with King what's his face. It is 2 versus 4. DoG knew they're probably gonna be wiped here. Yes. Marshall goes down. What's his face is the only one left. They're chasing this Azir. He will be able to dash away with the help of his sand soldiers there. And wow, what a fight here from ID Eclipse. DoG knew on the retreat and Inferno Soul for ID Eclipse.
Don't say what a fight. That was bloody disgusting. Espresso losing his absolute mind, flashing into 3 members of ID Eclipse when Dorado Gaming knew Blobby finding the pick onto Eddie Boy and rejected anew. If only they had a Trundle ult, if only the rest of their team was able to collapse properly, but instead we got this, I can't say the word that I was going to use, so we're just going to say this fiesta. And say this fiesta of a fight in the river resulting in ID Eclipse picking up the Infernal Soul, picking up the Baron Nashor, and preparing for their death march.
Absolutely, ID Eclipse. ID Eclipse preparing their Imperial March down the rift here, sending DoG New to their graves, living up to the copy pasta that they have created in the earlier part of the season here. They do not want to become a meme like their sister team ID Frozen. And for DoG New, it's just it's getting really dire here. It's a more than a 10k gold lead. I'm not even gonna do the math here at this point because my head hurts. But 10 plus k gold lead for the side of ID Eclipse. DoG New, what do you even look for here at this point? Your lanes are encroaching on you to the point where you're being suffocated out of the rift here. This Jhin has not been as effective as we could have hoped. Espresso and Marshall need to find something here, needed to look for a pick, but this Diana just does so much burst damage on your backline, and ID Eclipse, Buster is just taking your mid lane inhibitor tower by himself here. Chelsea.
Definitely an angle at some point. And they have to look for something new, has to have King
Flash from
duel.
Warbox.
There's a flash from Renata. I mean, the Zir just has to like ult 5 people into a Moonwolf, right? And then maybe it's playable. But until that happens, Dorado Gaming New are not long for this world.
Nope. Espresso needs to be very careful about how he chooses to dive completely into this team here. Marshall will be spotted out with the Crescent Strike there. Espresso walking forward so aggressively. Espresso, please be careful. The Emperor's Divide connects, does minimal damage. Blobby in the middle of the bullet time there. Marshall and Espresso trying to kill BKB, but the Chaos Storm does so much damage, and DoG New have been routed. The top side of DoG New have been routed as well as their support. It's only Moonshine King What's-His-Face left, and ID Eclipse are looking for, I think this just might be game here. They're taking the inhibitor. Where are the minions? Where are the minions?
They're coming, Redacted. Don't worry. I know you're tired, but the minions will not go any faster.
They need to hurry
That
up.
is going to be the series. That is going to be the game. ID Eclipse. It was close, but in the end, they proved that they are the superior team. King What's-His-Face left with nothing to do but emo. Does ID Eclipse take their playoff series and keep their hopes alive?
ID Eclipse win this fiesta banger of a series here and take us to game 5, claim game 5, don't become an embarrassment, and move on to the next round where they will face Goldfish Gaming. What a series. What a series.
Yeah,
Any
my
thoughts
camera's
on
dead.
that game?
No, I have no camera. ICPA.
Yeah, that's
Thoughts?
correct.
That wasn't a. It was kind of an anticlimactic game 5. It was not the look that we have seen out of New. I mean, last time I casted them game 5, it started rough and then they're able to bring it back. But this time ID Eclipse just not letting them have anything, not letting them mount any sort of a comeback. XBKP and Bubster, the dual DPS threats of ID Eclipse absolutely tearing through New's health bars. And yeah, the ID finals is dead, but
Yes.
one of the teams is still alive.
Yeah, correct. ID Eclipse is still alive here, and we will hear some thoughts about their playoff run as we prepare for this interview. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. welcome back, everyone. We are here live with an interview from the AD carrier of ID Eclipse himself, Bubster. Bubster, congrats on your win. Congrats on not becoming a meme for just a bit longer. And congrats once again for proving your copy pasta right, I guess. I don't know. Some might say that's in doubt now because they took you to 5 games. What are your thoughts on that series and how do you feel?
Well, first off, no need to congratulate me. Job's not finished yet. Nothing to worth celebrate.
You are not
Till we go
Jordan
all
or
the.
Kobe.
I'm just saying, no need to do it. All right, and then on the
Um,
series, it's really quite simple. We want what's best for the CCS, so that way when we win, it's going to be the most glorious time. Because like people are going to see ID Eclipse 5 game bangers. It's what we do. On a real answer though, I thought New played really well. They played a lot better. They were really hungry for the win, and I'm actually glad. Except they didn't ban Misfortune in Game 5, which I think, and then pick Jin, which is like massive copium. Like I don't know who's drafting for them.
Okay.
oh, wait, redacted. I do have a question though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before
This
before
is
I
our
forget.
interview.
Okay, before I forget. Now, you guys obviously in the lower bracket finals, you guys are against Goldfish Gaming. They 3-out Exfil Ping, stopped the Miracle Run. I have to ask, how terrified are you guys of Matt G?
Who? I'm not terrified at all of Mac G. Eddie Boy's going to take him into the trenches, and that's facts. So I'm not. I'm actually really glad we get to face Goldfish Gaming, because I wasn't even there when they beat us and they talk all that trash. But now that I'm there, it's not going to go the same way it did last time, and we're going to beat them.
Oh, I forgot you guys played in that series. I
Mm-hmm.
remember that series. I DM'd Flay after and I asked him to just compro both teams because
Didn't we cast that together, Chelsea?
we didn't cast it. I watched it. If I had
Oh,
to cast
okay.
that, I would not be in the server anymore. You cannot pay me any amount of money to write content for that.
You know what? I remember you were very active in Twitch chat. That's why I thought we casted it together.
Sorry, redacted. Keep going. I just had to get that off my chest.
No, you're fine. Okay, so Bubster, let's talk about. We're not going to talk about all 5 games here because it's very late and we want to send our viewers home. And of course, everyone get some rest. So whenever you guys lost, how did you feel about those losses? Like, was there tilt in the voice chat? Let's be real. Like, was there any tilt? Did you feel like at some point, like, holy shit, we might lose to DoG?
No, I'm in the last loss. In the last loss, I'm gonna keep it real. I was holding it down on the Zeri. I don't even know what their bot lane was doing, but they let Zeri get ahead, and my team just sprinted it. I'm gonna be honest. They sprinted it. They sucked. I'm sending them to boot camp. They need 10 solo queue games before next Thursday, or they're the subs plan. That's all I gotta say about the 4th loss. And there was a little tilt, but when isn't there when it's 1 a.m. I have people getting up at 5 in the morning for work tomorrow, and we're losing a Game 4. So there was a little tilt, but we could bounce back Game 5. Everyone had good mental.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I was gonna ask you another question here about the Game 4, but never mind. Moving on. My second to last question is, when did you know you guys were going to win Game 5? Like, at what point?
Right when we lost Game 4. So that's when I knew we were going to win Game 5, if I'm being honest. There was never a doubt in my
Why?
mind that New was going to beat us.
No.
Never a doubt.
Okay. So, but I mean, like, actually in game though. Like, when did you realize?
In
Like,
game,
yeah, in game.
when I was like, their ADC got a kill and I was down on Misfortune, and we still 2v2'd them like twice in the bot lane. That's when I knew it was over.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Chelsea, any other questions before I ask my last question and end us off for the night?
I'm chilling.
I'm just going to give you that chance.
Nah, I'm being chilling. Don't worry.
Okay. And what do you want to say to Goldfish Gaming as you prepare for your matchup next week in this rematch? Of course, I know you already kind of talked about it briefly, but like, you know,
Don't make plans the next Thursday. That's all I got to say. After next Thursday, don't make plans. That's all I got to say to him. So.
Doesn't that imply that they're going to continue?
Wait, is that how Dude, I don't get how this buy thing works. All right, let me
there's no
do a
why.
different.
You guys literally playing each other next week.
No, I mean like they don't make plans the week after next Thursday is what I was going for because they
No,
aren't
but
going to be
there's a
playing.
match. There's against winner of your series plays against loser of Glaive Gamma.
Yeah.
You are very bad at this. Sorry.
Oh, that's what I mean. They're going to lose, so they don't need to make plans afterwards.
But if they're gonna lose, they're going to be eliminated, so they can do whatever the. I can't think.
Yes. Oh, I guess, dude. It's
Uh,
1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. Goldfish is gonna lose. It's all that matters. I'm happy. Dirt sucks, and I'm gonna gap him literally every game we play. So
That's what I was looking for.
So
All
neither of you made top 5 on my list. I don't care. Have at it.
Chelsea. All right,
tired.
Bubster.
Okay.
She's fine. We're all
What?
tired here. But Bubster, I really appreciate you taking the time to give us this very brief interview. Congrats on the win once again. Congrats
Yep.
on not becoming a meme, because y'all know y'all's gonna get roasted like hell if y'all lost, by the way. And congrats on beating the third best Dorado team in the server or in the league. So good luck if you progress further. But
Thank you.
in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and wind down for the night. Thank you all for joining us for this wonderful series. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed casting it. I'm going to go rest my throat now. Um, you know, and prepare for, of course, we have one more series coming up this Sunday, actually, a special stream for any of you all who may not have any Sunday plans. It's CB Rush against Hard Hat Zone at 8 p.m. Eastern once again. So if you're in the server, be on the lookout for that ping. But if you're not, just put that on your calendar. You don't want to miss it. It's our last lower bracket game of this round 3 playoffs here. Winner of that goes against Moonstone Gaming. And yeah, we'll be down to our final 8, the Hateful 8. So we'll see you then. Until next time, as always, be safe, stay dangerous, and have fun on the Rift. We'll see you then. Peace.